To ladies and gentlemen. It's a bright sunshine morning out here at the STC Oval. It is the match day 6 of the ACC Men's Under 16 E Zone Cup 2025. It will be an enticing contest on the cards between Thailand and Hong Kong. Well, a few moments ago, my fellow commentator Shahidur was in the middle. Let's see what's in store for us from the toss.
Tail is the call. And it is tail. Ball first. Thailand won the toss, bowling first.
So, Jerpal, let's have a word. So, any reasons why you opted to bowl first?
I just saw a bit of moisture on the outfield and then a bit of grass on the pitch and some sticky areas.
And so far, your bowlers did a wonderful job. So, you'd like to repeat the same in this game as well?
Yeah, I hope the bowlers would do well. Yeah.
And any changes in your 11?
No changes. Same 11.
Good luck for the game. Thank you so much. Preet? So you'll be batting first. Happy about that?
Yeah, we were gonna bowl first, but not a big loss. I mean, we'll try to bat first and put up a big total on the board and put some pressure on the other team.
And a very important game for you guys as well, because whoever wins this game will lead the table. So what are your preparations going forward?
Yeah, I think we just want to make sure that we go through our processes, we nail those processes, and we top the table, win this game.
Okay. And any changes in your 11 as well?
I think we have Arya, Hari, Pranch, and Ewan out for this game.
Good luck for the game. Thank you so much. So the news from out here, Thailand won the toss and they will be bowling first.
Well, not in this wicket chase aren't the easiest. It's very hard that teams have gotten over the line. And with a formidable batting side that Hong Kong has, unbeaten so far throughout the tournament, could Thailand be that upset factor that no one would see coming? But they have been one of the best wicket-taking sides, with one of their bowlers being top wicket taker in the tournament. And both the batters have been greeted with lots of energy back in the dugout, sending them with positive vibes to start proceedings. So is Arusanan Vichakam will be bowling the very first over. And immediately we could see two slips being placed. Attacking field, and there will be point where an extra cover plays within the 30-yard circle. Two deep fielders being third man and fine leg. Here we go, steaming hard for the very first ball of the day. Immediately bat on ball. And Krish Bhutani, the good start so far. Right on the money. Nicked it, and it has flown past the edge. Well, not convincing, but there will be some runs on the board for Hong Kong. Immediately, drama in the middle. And with that, I would like to introduce my co-commentator, Mr. Shahidul. Good morning. How are you feeling so far?
Yes, a very good morning to you, Dinesh, and welcome all the viewers who are watching us live. A very important match here for both the sides. Hong Kong, China, and Thailand both will be eyeing for another win. So far, the the Thailand bowlers are looking lethal. Aroshanan Wichakam bowled well so far. He's taken some wickets up front, and he's someone who likes to bowl with some good pace as well. On the other hand, we have seen Hong Kong being more of the formidable side when it comes to batting. They have some good batters. There was a centurion, Ryan Sharma, scored 123 in the first game against the host Malaysia. That's onto the pads and running away towards fine leg for 2 runs.
Well, that's some good running as well, and good bit of bowling from Arasunan at the moment. We've seen an edge just getting past the slip cordon, going for 4, and this one rubbing onto the pads. This is good stuff. He's keeping good shape. This is what you want from your opening bowler. Well, he hasn't got a wickets, but he's got close to getting one. Left-hander back on strike. Again, flashes at it.
Well, not in control of that shot. Shri Nilesh Kumar just getting a bit tentative. It's still early in the day, and as a batter, you will get tentative, especially when that new ball is moving around. And I think the Thailand bowlers are bowling at some good pace as well. So it's not going to be easy, especially early in the morning. But there's still some movement in the air and off the seam as well. Look at that shape away from the right-hander once again. But this time, Chris Bhutani did well. Got right behind the pitch of the delivery. End of the first over. It's 8 without loss. Well, bowling from the other end will be the leading wicket taker in this tournament, Witawat Srikau. He's already taken 9 wickets. He's looked very lethal with the new ball. Likes to get some early swing, especially with the new ball. He can be very dangerous. But yes, the previous 2 games were against comparatively weaker oppositions. But I think Hong Kong China batters are much more equipped. That was well driven, and the bowler did well to get a hand to it.
This will be a good test for him as well, as you mentioned that the Hong Kong batters have a lot of shots in their locker, and against a side with good batting, it will be a test for him whether he can get wickets or not. But so far, he's done really well. Not many runs. Keeps it very simple. Just bowl to the stumps and let the ball do its job.
Again, well driven, but straight to the fielder. I think it's very important that Hong Kong China gets a good start here, because we have seen most of the teams had problems up the order. So especially when you lose early wickets, it can build that pressure, especially for your middle order batters. That's beautifully cut away. But there's protection out there. Well, it's interesting to see the field setup. The third man was very square, probably not in the usual place that he should be placed. That's exactly the reason why that ball went straight to him. So I think the Thailand team, that's much better, just playing with soft hands and a single taken. A smart batting here. And the good thing about Hong Kong China batters, they're very good between the wickets. They run hard. And I think at the age of 15, 16, that's when you're at your best when it comes to fitness. You're very young, agile. And I think it's a wonderful platform for these youngsters to showcase their talent in front of the world.
Being introduced at a young age and exposure for international cricket is absolutely crucial, and it's been an evenly poised start between both the sides. It's 10 without loss after 2. This has been great 2 overs. Harrison not able to get a wicket in his first one. Got an edge. Slightly much pacier than his bowling partner on the other end, which gives that advantage of that surprise element. And it's good to see at a young age bowling quite fast, and he has that stature of releasing at a higher point. Use it to his advantage.
Yeah, and I think with more games, and once they grow, they'll increase their fitness levels and they'll get stronger physically as well. So with time, they'll only get better. I think it's good exposure for the Thailand side as well. We have seen the women's team doing wonderfully well in recent years, and the men's team as well. They're coming up. And it's wonderful to watch that the associate nations are doing well for cricket. So this is ACC Under-16 East Zone Cup 2025 in Malaysia. And Malaysia has been a wonderful host as well for events like this. Well, Malaysia hosted the Under-19 Women's World Cup earlier this year as well. That's well played once again. Easy single there. Chris Bhutani doing the right thing. Well, a decent start here for Hong Kong China. They've been watchful, not trying to take any risks. I think that's the way to go, especially in the 50 overs format.
Yeah, they've been running singles. They've been focusing on just getting bat on ball, not doing too much, knowing there's pace. There's a bit of swing, as you mentioned. And keeping things simple at this stage will be the most mindful thing to do. Wrapped onto the pads and finger raised. Goes for the Yorker and successful in ecstasy, Thailand. You can't do much about that, but that's an absolute effort to start with. He's been persistent and he's got the wicket. So Shrey Nilesh Kumar departs.
Well, what a delivery here. Oh yes, that was hitting the stumps. Trapped right in front. Probably the ball was coming a bit quicker than he anticipated. And trapped right in front of the stumps. And that brings in the centurion from the first game, Rayan Sharma. Well, he will be a key wicket here. Thailand will be eyeing for this man, because we have seen when he gets going, he can be very, very dangerous.
nonetheless, this has been a tremendous start from the Thailand bowlers, especially Arusunan, who's been generating lots of pace and has been bowling in decent lines. Changed a little, instead of going fuller, he went in for the Yorker and it paid dividends as well. Normally in the 50 over format, you start your opening spell, it normally goes on to the good length, try to shape in a way or come back in. He's done that, almost got there, but he tried something different, which caught off guard for Shri Nilesh Kumar. And the new batter walking in, well, all eyes on him on what he's going to deliver in today's match to keep that unbeaten streak alive.
Well, very solid defense there, right behind the ball. And this is good bowling. Arusanan Wichakam is bowling a very good tight line and length. And it has been the feature of his bowling throughout the tournament. Very consistent. Someone who likes to bowl with some good pace. You can always get carried away and bowl some ordinary deliveries, but he has been very, very consistent right from the word go, even in this game as well. He's taken a wicket. And the last ball coming up. Again, right on the money. Well, Rayan Sharma just taking a step forward to go to the pitch of the delivery. That's the way to go. End of over number 3. It's 13 for 1. Well, Witawat Srikau will be continuing in here. That's well fielded. They wanted to take that single, wanted to take the fielder on, but it's not a good idea, especially now when they've lost an early wicket. The last thing that Hong Kong China will need right now will be a run out. So they need to be careful and watchful and take the proceedings from here on. Much better. Just rolling the wrists to the onside, tap it for a single.
This has been good bowling and good bit of fielding as well. A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy in the middle. And we can see that both the bowlers, both the opening bowlers, especially Arusanan with Dawat, complementing each other. It's not that one has been running hot and the other actually cold. It's been both ways that they're winning. One who's responsible for taking wickets and one to just curtail the economy. They've done exactly that. Oh, big heave, but completely missed.
And look at that for movement as well. That was the leg cutter. Just going away from the left-hander. Well, Rayan Sharma trying to take the attack to the new bowlers. But it's not going to be easy, because you are going against one of the leading, in fact the leading wicket taker in this tournament. And I think it's all about temperament. Cricket is not only a physical game, but psychologically you need to be strong as well. Well, short and wide. It was there to be pulled. He went for the shot, probably just going in a bit too early. And we know that Witawat Srikau doesn't offer too much pace to work with.
Yeah, and if the bowler gets slightly wrong in his line or maybe his length, he could get pulled away. You could see that Riyanj is going very quick at it. That's the more mindful way to play it. But if he starts to get onto the attack, and I don't think he will be decelerating from there, and immediately that would cause some chaos in the field, and within the bowler's mind there will be a lot of thinking. So Vita would have to maintain his line and then knowing what he should be bowling to his strengths and to the batsman's weakness.
That's driven beautifully down the ground. What a wonderful shot here from Ryan Sharma. A touch of elegance in that.
This is what I was trying to tell. It was the ball that he's waiting for, that freebie. It's gone a little fuller and immediately dispatched down the ground with a touch of panache, and he gets it going. So it's off the mark with a beautiful boundary down the ground. And now Witawat will definitely have to rethink his ploy earlier on.
Well, another full toss asking to be punished, and Ryan Sharma won't be missing that.
Once again, he's trying to go more. He's trying to get the Yorker length, if I'm not mistaken, from there, and he's given a freebie again, and no second invitation to that.
Well, I mentioned earlier, it's not going to be easy. Yes, Witawat Srikal took 9 wickets, but it was against Maldives and Myanmar. Well, Hong Kong China is a very different team, especially when it comes to the batting unit. Again, smart batting here. Ryan Sharma got a couple of boundaries and then just playing it with soft hands, guiding it down to third man for a single. End of the over, it's 25 for 1.
Oh, immediately just looking to attack and just couldn't get in time, and that would be a boundary. Well, it went in like a flash right there. Just raw pace, I reckon. And Ryan Sharma moves into double figures. Or driven, but we'll settle for a couple. It will be 2.
Again, a shot of pure class, just a gentle push towards the cover and then running for 2 runs. Well, Ryan Sharma is looking good out there. He wasn't in control of the first delivery where he called an inside edge. Luckily for him, it went for a boundary. And we all know how strong he is on his legs. Was shot and pulled away, and this is good fielding there. Waful Saile was the fielder. Another couple of runs here. It's an expensive one here.
And now both the bowlers will be thinking, what can I do to get rid of Ryan Sharma, or potentially just try to stop the runs, because you're going up against one of the most technically sound batters in this tournament, and it will be really hard to get his wicket because almost in every area he's playing well. Too much pace and it's wide, and you could see slight frustrations and trying to change things a little and not forking out in the way of Thailand now.
Well, that's what pressure can do to you. Well, as a batter, when you're attacking the bowlers, you make the bowlers think out of the boxes, and that's when they put more efforts, and in trying to do something spectacular, they lose the basics, right? So that's exactly the reason why it's bowled an extra. And I think it's also the left hand right hand combination going on. So as a bowler, it's not easy. Look at that. That probably would have been a wonderful delivery just on the fourth stump for a left hander. But because of the left hand right hand combination, it just straight onto the pads. So easy pickings there for Krish Bhutani.
Yes, and knowing that Riyan Sharma has been a really good batter, maybe the Thailand bowlers should consider from getting the wicket on the other end, just let Riyan Sharma score the runs and maybe just try to take wickets from the other end. But when you have equally good batters, it will be an extreme challenge for the Thailand bowlers, and they have to find a way to get early wickets, or else it will be a dangerous partnership that will haunt them back.
That's beautifully flicked away off the pads. Another good looking shot, but this time it will be just a single. Well, it's looking good for Hong Kong China so far. Decent partnership growing here between Krish Bhutani and Riyan Sharma. And it's also wonderful to watch how both the batters complement each other. Someone who likes to play his strokes in Riyan Sharma, and then Krish Bhutani is someone who likes to just milk his run around, not taking too many risks. And I think he's using the gaps well. Another wide here.
There's been a couple of extras in this over, been very tidy in the first few overs, and especially when the wicket fall, it was just 9 runs. This over has been slightly lengthy than he expected it would. It's still early days, you might not know what's in store for you in the upcoming overs. Jazz drops his pace, going fuller a little. So with that, it's 5 overs gone and it's 38 for 1. Bye. Well, now both these bowlers, especially top wicket taker of Thailand, have to change something, maybe do some sort of a change in the plan. Because if they are going to keep bowling full and like that, he's going to punish you all day long. He doesn't wait.
Again, that was beautifully driven. So the bowler is getting some good movement in the air. But so far, Riyan Sharma has been negotiating it with ease.
I think it all comes down to the length. If it's going fuller and it's going just outside of thumb, he's happy to take on.
Oh dear. One of those rare occasions where we have seen Riyan Sharma not been able to capitalize a short delivery. He tried for the pull, probably just getting the lower end of the bat and just spooning it towards the fielder. Fortunately for him, it just fell short of the fielder, but he survived. So far he's looked good apart from that shot.
But here's where I reckon Vitawat can actually capitalize, because early on in the day when Vitawat bowled his second delivery, if I'm not mistaken, the ball wasn't connected by Riyan Sharma himself. He was trying to pull another short delivery, which eventually couldn't because of the pace. And this is where Vitawat would want to incorporate such a ploy where he could get his catches in, as he's seen one being spooned straight down the ground, maybe not going fuller. And once he goes fuller, he gets driven, he hits hard.
Well, it's all about executing your length, right? I mean, the line is important, but the length is also equally important, especially going against better batters like Riyan Sharma. So you need to be very precise with your line and length. And we all know that in modern day cricket, the margin for error for bowlers are very less. A much better delivery back of length, just pushing the batter onto the back foot.
As for Krish, he's just trying to get his singles and work it away. Just building his innings with singles, not trying to overhit anything. But he's not as challenged as Riyan Sharma is, because he's not been challenged with pace. So the other way around, it could be with the line and length. And you know how dangerous Vitawat can be. And as you mentioned rightly, it's about the length that matters most than the line. Because if your lines go wrong but your length not as good, even though if you are bowling at the right line, you might get punished. As you mentioned earlier on, that fourth stump delivery may be good for a left-hander, but the line should be the most crucial part of it.
Again, worked away on the onside. This is good batting. Krish Bhutani looks technically very sound. Sorry. End of the 6th over. It's 45 for 1. Wichakam will continue in here. Another wide. Well, he has been steaming in, running hard, trying to hit the deck hard, but just losing his line and length. Well, courtesy of some wonderful batting from Hong Kong, China. Both the batters have looked very good out there.
Can't spot being them nervous in the middle. They've been playing their shots very well, executing what they are asked to do. It will be a dead ball. Not looking shaky or not being clueless so far. When they needed to stop to go for the other end, they did. And from one hand it's just singles, and the other hand just taking on the attack. This is a good combination between both batters as well. This is what you want earlier on.
Yes, I think Krish Bhutani will just play the anchor role. Again, beautifully driven, but straight to the fielder. Well, it's good captaincy and a good field setup as well, or else that ball would have been racing towards the boundary.
Yeah, he could play shots like that. This is the first time we've seen him just land into it. Looks like he's gradually gaining that confidence of playing the shots. Oh, looking very wayward here at the moment. Who had a really great start, utilizing the movement and with his pace and bounce, he bowled really well. Got the first wicket of Nilesh. Now slightly struggling with his rhythm, partly due to the left hand right hand combination. That definitely is something in his mind, and with Riyan being very good, that will definitely add a lot of pressure and just micro thinking a lot of stuff.
That was a pacey delivery right up there in the block hole, just not been able to execute the line right. Well, I think he needs to bowl at those areas, especially when both the batters are looking to move on. I think it's the right time to change his length, probably bowl some toe crushers and some short deliveries as well, because he has the pace, so he can really mix things up. But so far it has been one dimensional, just bowling length balls.
You rightly mentioned, it was that toe crusher that got his first wicket of the day, and bowling at length, good lengths as well to Nilesh, and then out of nowhere he caught off guard. with a really good Yorker, and that one was just hitting onto the stumps. There was no two ways about it. And now he's slowly trying to incorporate the similar sort of stuff, but he's just not getting his line and length right to the right hander.
But I've been watching Chris Bhutani. He's batting well, batted well in the last game as well. Scored some runs, and he looks technically very sound, tall batter, and he bats very upright. Reminds me of someone like Craig Bradwith from West Indies. Very similar in stature, probably not as tall as him, but yes, look at his stance, very upright. Has some essence of Hashim Amla as well. Well, another wide delivery. He's struggling here. Vichakam, he needs to get his act right. As an opening bowler, you need to try up the runs and pick wickets as well. And so far, the Thailand bowlers have failed to do both.
I reckon fail will be too harsh. It's just that they're trying to do something different here. And again, Vichakam had a really good start, and now he's trying to go a bit fuller, but the swing is moving away and he's not bowling at great lines. If he drops it full, he'll be punished.
Well, again, another delivery on the pads. And that single will bring up the 50 for Hong Kong China.
Well, slightly effortless in this over because courtesy of many wide deliveries and extras, but overall Hong Kong's performance have been brilliant so far in the span of 6.4 overs.
Well, extras can really hurt your bowlers. We have seen a game between Malaysia and Myanmar yesterday, where Myanmar conceded over 40 runs in extras. Again, beautifully played. Well, I think Vichakam is really struggling with the left and right hand combination. So every time there is a change, he misses the line and length. Again, just straying onto the pads. That could have been a better delivery to the right hander.
Yeah, I think in this young stage, that's one thing young players would really have to train themselves is to avoid the number of extras when you're bowling, because that's what, as you said, will really hurt. It's not about the extra ball, it's the extra delivery when you give. Anything could happen.
That's beautifully worked away on the onside. Well, as simple as it gets, just rolling your wrists and get a couple of runs. You don't really need to play big shots to score runs in cricket. End of the 7th over, it's 53 for 1. That's shot and pulled away once again. Probably from the top edge of the bat. Rayan Sharma again probably trying to hit the ball a bit too hard, but I think he was beaten by the lack of pace. We have seen Whitawat not bowling with a lot of pace in here. So it's that contrast between him and Vichakam which the batters needs to get used to.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Rihanj is concerned about a long innings right here, he has to watch out for Whitawat, who has stunned him a couple of times. 3 times he's trying to take him on the pull and he's not got the best of connections. And Whitawat, knowing this, should have a catcher in the deep, maybe at mid-wicket, and someone at short if he mistimes it. and he has got the chance to do it twice, but Witawat has not changed his field setup, remains the same.
Well, absolutely. With this lack of pace, I wonder why there is a deep third man and a deep fine leg. Those two fielders could have been used at some other area, especially that mid wicket, which Riyan Sharma really favors. And it all comes to the captaincy as well. So Chirapal needs to rethink and reassess. Big appeal there, but definitely took an inside edge. Big sound of the bat. But I think they will fancy their chances.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is the platform for you to think and maybe innovate as well, because this will be a good conversation between your bowlers, your bonding, and you were able to incorporate new ideas. Don't just stick to one and just go with it. Always you could discuss things and work it out. As a captain, as a bowler, you have to have that conversation and try to word things. And I reckon it's a no ball signal by the umpire, so it will be a free hit. Well, that will definitely rub salt in the wound.
Well, absolutely. Just when the bowlers are struggling, another free hit here. Oh, that's a good delivery. Well, probably he has bowled his best delivery in this over. That too on a free hit. So I think he needs to concentrate and get more deliveries in the same area.
This is where the mental preparations comes as well. You have to think and play your games and play your shots like Rehan Sharma as well. That has been dispatched after a scintillating delivery in the previous one, and to absolutely throw it away in your next delivery.
Well, it was right there in his slot and on the pads. And Rehan Sharma says, I've had enough of this. He launches that over the field and over the ropes as well. First maximum here for Rehan Sharma. And just to make things worse, another no ball. So another free hit coming up. An expensive over here. He goes aerial. It's going straight to the fielder. But he probably couldn't judge that catch. But even if he did judge, the batter was not going to be out anyway because it was a free hit. So it's 65 for 1 after 8.
It looks like the early pressure has eased off for Hong Kong at the moment. Looks like they are in the driver's seat, very comfortable at the moment, and a lot of thinking, a lot of repair needed by Thailand right here. And a bowling change might be expected in this over. And indeed, that will be a change, and it's the skipper Chirapal who will be replacing Wichacom. What a time for the skipper to step in and work things out.
Yes, I believe it's the right thing to do. Both the opening bowlers were not up to their best. So they need to change their strategy and bring in some new bowlers. A good start here, good delivery.
And you could slowly see how the game has evolved. They've started with 2 slips in place in the very first few overs, then it reduced to 1, and now they've been to no slips being placed, and that shows the batting prowess that Hong Kong brings, that they have to focus in other areas. But one thing that skipper has to note is the way that they have set the field Is it according to their strengths?
Well, I think it's also because of they were very much relying on their opening bowlers, Witawat Srikau and Arusnan Vichakam, who did the damage with the new ball in the previous games and who didn't look very dangerous today, especially against these batters. And I think that's where the plans needs to change and they need to try other things as well. I think it will be time for some spinners to come into the attack, try to get some pace away from the ball, because both the batters have looked extremely comfortable against pacers.
Talking about paces as well, and now Jirapal bowling and is a very textbook bowler, just getting into the good length, not doing anything, just hit the stumps. As he nicked it, big shout. Keeper is enthusiastic as he could be. That would have been a game changer right there.
Well, the wicketkeeper Satawud Kanasawa, he went till the umpire. He was very confident that it hit the bat, but I'm sure the umpires had the better view on that occasion. Just clipping the thigh pad, I believe. Well, another good delivery here. So the captain is bowling a good line and length, and I think he will be teasing the batters right outside that off stump line.
This is good resurrection from Thailand. They needed this desperately, and able to keep the batters quite quiet this over. A solid block to end, and it's 66 for 1 after 9.
Well, finally it will be some spin coming into the attack. Chetsada will be the bowler. Right arm off spin. And I think it's a good time to bring an off spinner, especially with Riyan Sharma being there. So if he can turn the ball away from the left-hander and entice him to come down the track, so the stumping can be a good option. Well, there's Krish Bhutani still there, so there's a right-hander as well. That's a good start. Good bowling here. A good delivery to start with. And Krish Bhutani, solid as ever.
Well, this is what both the teams won. They just won singles. They didn't want to concede too many boundaries, and you can see the run rate being very, very in favor of Hong Kong as well. 7.18, eyeing almost 300, a projected score potentially on the cards. And Sada here will have a lot of expectations to maybe get a wicket. But so far, just to stop runs, that's the main priority.
Well, with these two batters, if they can bat another 15-20 overs, they will be looking for more than 300.
They've done it in the past, in the previous 2 matches. It's not going to be a surprise if they do it again today.
Well, that was a fuller delivery, almost went through his defenses. That's why I said that it will be a good ploy for a right arm off spinner to come into the attack against Riyan Sharma. And he's also coming around the wicket, so he'll be creating that angle Well, runs goes in the air, just short of the fielder. Well, this is interesting. Ryan's trying to hit the ball a bit too hard, not being able to get underneath it, and luckily for him, it was just short of the fielder.
Well, this is where the brilliance of the captaincy and brilliance of the bowler comes in play. There have been flashes of wickets being coming, but not so yet. Oh, has he knocked him over? And yes, what a bizarre way to get out. That's simply stunning. He just chops it on, defenses it, and the bottom edge just makes the ball slowly roll onto the stumps as he tries to push away with his leg.
Well, what a wicket here. Look at that. Just ball watching, and look at that ricochet of the wicket as well. He was not expecting the ball to spin it that viciously after a drop. But nevertheless, a good breakthrough here. Jets are doing the trick for Thailand. And in walks the captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, walking into bat.
Well, it's not entirely a prejudiced time to walk in. It's just that they could have had a better partnership going forward with. Unlucky for Krish. Well, yeah, stunned as well as him seeing the way he got out there. Not a usual way to get out, but as things stands, it is 68 for 2. A fruitful over from just Jetsada.
Well, the captain Jirapol will continue in here for Thailand. Again, attempting the pull. This time it goes in the air and a simple catch. Back-to-back wickets here, and this time it's the big fish. It's Ryan Sharma who departs.
Well, they are in dreamland. Look at the celebrations in the middle. And captain brings a priceless wicket. Look at this. Tries to slog it on the leg side. No, his strength. And he just chips it in the air. A simple catch. And Siley has been doing great work in the field. That will be a fielding brilliance from him as well. It was simple, safe as houses, and it's 3. And the game has just flipped on its head. Unexpected turn of events right away.
Well, absolutely. That's why the change in bowling was very much needed. We have seen the opening bowlers not being at their best, and the moment we had a change in bowling and Chirapol bowled that first over, which was very tight, didn't give away too many runs, and that also put some pressure on the batters. And since then, we have seen one-way traffic here. Thailand getting back into the game. Could this be the opening they were looking for?
And as well as Rihansh is concerned, and we have a new batter as well in the middle. It is Veer Mathur. I reckon it was coming with, especially when you said it was very economical in his very first over, and Rihansh trying to pull his way, getting the boundary, and he's tried it a couple of times and he's mistimed it in multiple occasions, and this time he just got a bottom edge straight to the man at short. And this has been a great bowling display by Thailand after being put on the back foot.
Well, Veer Mathur meanwhile gets off the mark with a single, and I think Ryan Sharma has the skills, but he needs to work on his temperament, especially when you got a start and you are playing well. That shot was really not needed, especially to a delivery which was just back of length and not a really short delivery, but he went for the pull, committed, and went out. He just watched his partner getting out in the last delivery of the previous over, and the very next delivery he plays a shot like that. But also shows the inexperience, because these are under 16 boys. So I believe with more matches and more experience, they'll only get better at it. But it's a learning curve, and you need to start learning at this age itself.
Obviously, it's always to start early, and this is the early days for both the teams who are playing right now. In a couple of years, they might be representing their main senior team, and they have the potential to do it. It's just that, as you mentioned, the inexperience and more exposure of games will make them more mentally prepared. It's not only about the physical preparation. It's not always about bowling pacey deliveries. It's also about bowling at the right areas as well, and that's what Thailand have done. Good bit of captaincy, good bit of bowling.
And look at the energy in the field as well. Right after that second wicket, we can hear a lot of chat from the fielders. So they're making noise, trying to cheer up the bowlers. And this is exactly what they need. They need to lift their spirits. Yes, there can be a good partnership, but then as a fielding unit, you need to be on your toes. Because it's a long format, 50 overs format. And of another over here, 70 for 3. Well, Jet Sada will continue in here. The man who did the initial damage, getting Krish Bhutani out. That's good batting. Just picking the gap. And I've been very impressed with Preet Kishore Kumar. He's someone who is very calm and composed, and he's a busy cricketer, likes to run hard between the wickets and not taking too many risks. And I think as a captain, he needs to take his leadership and play a good innings here, because Hong Kong China will need some runs from him, especially now when they have lost back-to-back wickets. Well, good sportsmanship there shown by the Thailand side, trying to help the batter. And it's wonderful to watch. Boys at this age, they respect each other. So cricket is a gentleman's game, and Thailand can be a good example for it as well. That's a single. Again, Veer Mathur just punching it down the ground. The good thing with Hong Kong China is they bat really deep. Until number 7, number 8, they have good batters, good all-rounders. Someone like Sid Pereira, who can score runs. Oh, that's a short delivery. That's pulled away into the gap. No chance for the fielder. And the captain gets his first boundary. It was a long hop, asking to be punished.
Yeah, it was slightly aerial, and it was a long chase for Siley as well. He sprinted really hard, but he just beats for pace, and across his turf, he will really race away in a flash. But that's what happens when you get your length slightly wavered. I mean, wasn't the best of deliveries, nor it was a bad one. It's just that he got into the length early and just dispatches it behind square.
Well, much better delivery. Very close to the bat. Probably not as short as he was expecting it to be. And a bit too close to the body to play that cut shot as well. Much better. He's not afraid to toss the ball up there because they know somehow they've got their nose in front, Thailand, and I think they can take their chances, especially with Rayan Sharma back into the dugout. Good sharp fielding once again. Well, the Thailand fielders are showing some intentions out there. Very positive body language, I would say.
Yep, it was Arushanan the one who feeded it towards the stumps, and with that, it will be 76 for 3 after all.
Paul, the captain, will continue in here. That will be a wide. Well, so far, he's bowled a pretty tight line and length. Well, it's getting slightly gloomy in here. Slightly overcasted. And the weather forecast says we can expect some rain later in the afternoon. That's the last thing you would want as a cricket fan, because we are looking forward to get a full game of 50 overs.
And yeah, when the rain comes in, and it will be a lot of changes will happen with the field, with the conditions out there. And right now, it's not windy out there, so there's not much of assistance in terms of swing. But Paul has been bowling really well. Mix, and there's no one at slips. Oh, that would have been a good chance. Oh, he's got that edge couple of times here, and couple of times it's been soft hands being played. This time it was a genuine edge.
Well, he's operating a very good line and length, and he's just being tentative for the batters to play with. So as a batter, you need to be very sure if you should go front or just go on your back foot. So he's bowling right around that length, the length of uncertainty, I would say, for the batters. And I think it will be a good time for him to bring a slip in as well with two new batters. They have the edge right now towards them. They got the momentum and they need to create another wicket.
So far, he's been trying to get the wicket. He's not trying to stop runs from the way he's been bowling here. Just keeping things as simple as he could. Look at that. Slightly back of a length. He just goes a fuller and he might get an edge. That's what he did in the previous delivery. He's just circulating around that area, not doing a lot. And yet the batters aren't able to read him because it's about a swing, and it's also about not taking a lot of risk in it. He's not offering for them to pull or to go for a crowbar drive.
Much better once again. Solid defense. This is good bowling. He's hitting the same line and length consistently, and it's not offering any room to the batters to play with.
Camp for space, and this is where the Hong Kong batters would have to release a little bit of pressure. A boundary could just do it to shatter the momentum of the skipper of Thailand.
Well, excellent running here. Just played it with soft hands and he was off in a flash.
Well, you clearly can't spot a winner of any session so far. The first 10 overs, thought it was going Hong Kong's way, and right towards the end, Thailand just pulled the strings back towards their favor.
That's beautifully cut away, just for a single. That's 81 for 3. Well, the Thailand bowlers are trying their best to get back into the game. We have seen a decent partnership and then a couple of wickets. So we have seen it all so far. Some good batting, some good bowling, and some good catching as well. I think fielding has been good today. But I think the real test for Thailand will be their batting when they walk into bat in the second innings, because so far the batters have not been challenged well, and I think it's concerning as well because against Myanmar they had a target of only 69 and it took them 7 wickets to get there. And against a formidable bowling attack like Hong Kong China, it's not going to be easy, especially with the danger man Abhimanyu with the new ball, can be lethal.
And yeah, it's pretty evident that you have to translate what you have done with your bowling, with your batting as well. Fielding and the bowling has been exceptional, and it would be a great task for them if they could survive their 50 overs in this match, or they could put up a score that they feel that is above par. So they have to really put in maybe 200 to 250% in their bowling to get as much as wickets as they could. But so far, it doesn't look much threatening for the batters out there, apart from the skipper Jirapol, who has been bowling in the very dangerous areas, not allowing for them to play the big shots.
Well, interesting shot selection there. It was a fuller delivery, but he still managed to go onto the back foot and squeeze a run in there. It's 87 for 3.
Well, Hong Kong hasn't played a match that has made them to chase the score. They have been setting targets so far this tournament, which has been the way of winning games. Well, despite losing the toss, they have been asked to bat first and have done pretty well so far. We have seen some good innings. It's just that they would want to have a prolonged innings, playing the 50 overs. But assisted with Kishore and Veer out there, just stitching in another partnership that could potentially be dangerous.
That's pulled away into the gap. That's a good looking shot, and that will reach the boundary. So welcome boundary here, coming from the bat of Veer Mathur.
Yeah, just had to escape from the drought of boundaries, and it was a very good delivery. It wasn't the best of deliveries that we have seen from Jirapol. Slightly short of a length, and had to pull with some conviction. Does it really well in between the gap. So Veer Mathur gets into double figures. It was a shorter one, but just came up in a really high trajectory, not allowing him to Go for the pull.
There's some steep bounce there for the skipper. Paul is trying to bowl a bit short, probably trying to hit the batter around the rib cage and shake them up. I think it would be a good ploy as well. So you bowl a short delivery and then you bowl one that's fuller. Well, he attempted that, but it just became a low full toss, easy for the batter to pick.
And yeah, and that gives you another risk of him being pulled, and there's no deep protection at the mid wicket area or at cow corner, which will be interesting. This continuing the short ball ploy. Oh, that kept low. And the pitch doing some tricks as well there.
Well, we have seen at the STC, the pitches favors the spinners more than pace bowlers, and it slightly comes late onto the bat. So that's something that the batters needs to watch out for. Oh, beautiful delivery. This time it just skidded on, beating him for pace. Another good over here, 93 for 3.
Both the sides are unbeaten so far in the tournament. Thailand getting a win against Maldives and against Myanmar. Well, it was definitely a tough outing against Myanmar, but a comfortable one against Maldives. And coming into this match, they're not letting go. They've been persistent in getting the wickets and piling up the dots.
Yes, I think it will be a good three-way battle between Hong Kong, China, Thailand, and the host Malaysia. Malaysia played 2 matches. They've won 1 and lost 1 against Hong Kong, China. So their game against Thailand will be crucial, because you need to win matches and be at the top to proceed into the next round. And as a host nation, there will be a lot of expectations from Malaysia itself. And so far they have played some good cricket as well. Malaysia were very clinical with the performances. In fact, Malaysia played 3 matches already. They have won 2 and lost 1. They have 1 game remaining against Thailand. So they beat Maldives and Myanmar comprehensively. And they're very good against Hong Kong, China as well. Apart from that wonderful century from Rian Sharma, they did well with the bat and ball. Meanwhile, Jet Sada is continuing in here. So far, he did a decent job into his 4th over, conceding 15 runs and a wicket. Well, he was the one who brought in that initial breakthrough. There was a big partnership being forming. Again, well played down the ground for a single. That's that's 95 for 3. And with that, the umpires are calling for drinks. So we will be going into a drinks break. Please stay tuned with us. We'll be back with more live action. Thank you.
rejuvenating and refreshing ourselves from a drink break. This match continues. It's 95 for 3. Can't guess it's going whose way, but Thailand having the upper hand with 3 wickets, but not to write off Hong Kong, who have flashes of partnerships. Just couldn't get over the line and maybe playing in deep. It will be a change in the bowling as well. Patumakan will be bowling, replacing the skipper. It will be spin. So more spinners added into the attack.
Well, a very good looking shot there. It was cut away, but good fielding. Ground fielding has been good so far. It was Ekachai Comfort, the fielder, on that occasion. Good bowling, much better length. The first delivery was slightly shorter and wider. And I think it will be a good time for the spinners to bowl with some control and try up the runs in here. So Todd deliveries piling up will create some pressure on the batters, but we know that Preet is someone who likes to maneuver the ball around and take his singles and doubles and rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. So it's not going to be easy to contain him.
Well, it is important to rotate the strike and to get runs on the board. Well, maybe just too high on this occasion, but good appeal. But it's also crucial for the batters to put away the bad deliveries, and knowing that Thailand fielders have been really good in their ground fielding, a lot of energy, a lot of running being done. They have to find ways to find gaps and score those runs and put away that odd boundary.
Good delivery once again from Fatumakan Dongkao. He's done a good job so far, only conceding 1 run in this over. And I think he's bowled with a lot of change in pace as well. We have seen some tossed up deliveries, then he just fired one into the pads. So good decent over here, I would say. It's 97 for 3.
Another notable thing among the Thailand bowlers is that the first over when they come and bowl, there's a lot of control, there's a lot of energy, and there's a lot of ideas being brought. But then over time, it's the Hong Kong batters are able to read them, and they get a little bit shaky when they go into the third over, the fourth over. Even there was a similar case with Chirapal right towards the fourth or fifth over when he was bowling, and looked like he was being taken on easily, and that would be a good test for the bowler in the other end. Driven on the up, just couldn't get going further. Jetsada.
Another good looking shot down the ground. I think Thailand won't mind the singles for the time being, because they have tried up those boundaries. We have seen some free flow of boundaries, especially when Riyan Sharma and Krish Bhutani were batting out there. Again, good fielding there. It was driven to the gap, but the fielder did well. Cut it down to just 1 run.
Yeah, and they know that in the long run, as a Hong Kong batter, that the singles will definitely aid them, because the odd boundary may not come, but taking the scoreboard is crucial. Oh, that drifts away, goes behind square. Good stop by Warawut, was racing behind, and it will be a wide delivery.
And that will also bring up the 100 for Hong Kong China. 101 for 3. So I think the stage is set here for Hong Kong China. They just need a partnership to get things going. And so far both the batters are looking good out there. There's a decent partnership growing in there.
I reckon the captain and his partner would be saying to themselves, just not take any risk. Let's play these innings in the middle, because the middle 40 overs or the 30 overs are the most crucial part of the game. That's where you build and solidify your innings, and the last 10 is where you reserve it to go for the big shots and the ting tang, just going hammer and tongs. That's what they do in the last 10. And I do believe these batters have that shift of going aggressive as well towards the business end of the innings. And as far as Thailand are concerned, they have to break this partnership as well before it becomes too dangerous.
Yes, absolutely. The middle overs are very important, and I think the key here will be preserving your wickets. That's the only way that will allow the batters coming into bat next to go for those big hits. Meanwhile, end of another over, it's 103 for 3.
And these upcoming overs, we could expect a lot more spinners coming into the attack. We could see, we've seen Fatuma Kandonkaf being introduced right after Driggs, and then we have Jet Sada on the other end. Potentially there will be many coming into the attack, knowing that the ball has gotten older, so there will be more grip, more turn for them to be offered. It'll be interesting to see how they will negotiate against spin, knowing that it's going to come slow. And another act of sportsmanship in the middle. Lovely to watch.
Yes, good scenes here at the STC Oval. We've seen some respect between both the sides. Yes, you need to be competitive, but that should be with the bat and ball. Apart from that, they're all young lads. It's a wonderful stage for these young boys under 16. ACC under 16 is on Cup 2025 in Malaysia. We're live at the STC Oval. It's Hong Kong, China going against Thailand, and that's beautifully swept away. That will be a boundary, and a welcome boundary here coming off the bat of Veer Mathur.
And that one was just put in on the leg side, very leg side-ish delivery, and decides to sweep at it, and it's a clean sweep right there. No hurdle, not looking uncomfortable right there. Wonderfully played, and the odd boundary was definitely needed to just send a message to the spinner that we aren't scared of playing the spin.
Well, much better delivery on that occasion. It was bowled much flatter. We have seen him tossing the ball a bit too high in the first delivery. I think it's a good change of pace. Patumakan Tongkao doing the right thing again, a good delivery. So as a bowler, you need to have a lot of variations in your armory, especially in modern day cricket where the batters really dominate the scenes. So as a bowler, you need to be very proactive with your line and length. Well, he missed out on that occasion. It was a full toss, easily put away.
Well, I think Veer Mathur knows that there will be a lot of nerves and a lot of excitement going to hit the full toss, but he decides to just play along the ground, because if any missed time or if he plays a rash shot, it's going to cost the team. Be mindful right there. Slams that hard, but not enough to get past the number 30. So with that, it's 19 overs done, just the 3 wickets and 108 runs on the board. Well, in the other end, at KTJ Manthin, it's being a full flurry from Singapore. 127 runs in the 22 overs. men in the deep has been unmoved. Okay, played behind square. So there will be a couple.
Well, that has been the highlight for Preet. That's the way he likes to bat. Not someone who likes to play his shots, but he's a very busy cricketer. Again, just milking runs around. Another single. So what it does, it puts a lot of pressure on the bowler as well, because you are conceding runs on almost every delivery. So which makes you think twice and makes you think out of the box to contain the runs. Oh, good looking shot down the ground. Another fuller delivery. So every time the ball is pitched up to the batters, they have played their shots so far. Very positive in terms of intent. And I think they're maintaining a good run rate as well. It's just around the 6 runs per over. It's 5.75 runs. It's not bad, especially in a 50 overs format. And if you have wickets in hand, you can really accelerate towards that back end of your innings.
Yeah, going positive with the full delivery shows a lot about their technique. And look at that. He's gone with the full toss. And yes, just couldn't keep it out. That will be a boundary to finish the over. What a stylish way to end.
Yes, low full toss, but you need to put that away. Brilliant shot here from the captain. And that boundary will also bring up the 50 partnership as well. So it's 118 for 3. Well, another full toss here from Fatumaka and Dong Tao. Well, Thailand slightly losing it. They got the momentum with themselves, and since then, these two batters have put on a partnership of 50 odd runs, and they're looking very good out there. Preet, the captain, scoring 19 runs, and Veer Mathur, who's looked to be more aggressive of the two, 27 of 33 for him.
Yes, this has been a great batting display, and as well as their technique, we could see them playing the shots with ease, not struggling out there to find the gaps, and they've been hitting with conviction. And this is the age where you would want to master your basics and your techniques as well, and for a long term it will definitely help. And with experience in the future, they could be unstoppable.
Well, with our Srikau, definitely his football skills let him down on that occasion. There was a single, but he just tried to pass the ball to his fellow fielder, and resulting in an extra run. And I think it's good match awareness between the two batters as well. They've noticed it well and ran for the second. Another full toss here. So a couple of full tosses being bowled in this over. I think Preet will be disappointed not to be able to put that away.
Yeah, there were a couple of occasions when he was treated with the full toss and he hadn't go with full force. And knowing he can't go square when his ball wide because there's a man at point, and there's a lot of fielders in the team, so maybe going leg side is the ploy, but hasn't capitalized on the full tosses, but he's been going with good flow, playing the Danker's role, and we're going for the attack. 123 for 3 after 21.
Not short of options here. Well bowled once again. I'm liking it. He's bowling at a good pace here. As a leg spinner, you cannot be bowling it too slow. I think it will be a good contest between him and the skipper of Hong Kong, China. Another dot delivery.
He's not taking on the attack when he's being given full tosses or going fuller. He's trying to be as anchored as possible as he would. But at times you have to just play with your flow, just play with how we would want. But this is good from Hanuvit as well. Just trying to test the bat. That's one thing I like about Thailand, is that if one thing doesn't work, they try another, not sticking into one. Well, that was the case with the skipper when he was bowling. Had really good success early on in these opening spells.
Well, a slight confusion there. A yes and a no. But I think so far they have ran well between the wickets. But then I think it's a good time for them to have a word together. Because the last thing that Hong Kong China will need right now will be a run out. Again, beautifully driven down the ground for a single.
Well, the past matches have shown that they've set a good target, Hong Kong, and then they have been going well with the bowling. 126 for 3 after 22. And boundaries have dried up, so as the wickets. They've done by just stopping the runs, but they would want to get a wicket to put themselves ahead, Thailand. Well, the day started off pretty well with an opening wicket from Arisanen to start proceedings when dismissed Nilesh. There was a slow partnership growing. It was a good one as well when Rehansh stabled the innings and put away boundaries with ease. Came in spinner and towards the business end of the first power play. Jet Sada getting the first wicket, and it was back-to-back wickets when Jirapol came in and dismissed biggest of wickets. Rehansh Sharma for this 34, and all of a sudden it looks like the game has flipped on its head. Then it has been these two in the middle, Preet Kishore Kumar, the skipper of Hong Kong China, and Veer Mathur, sailing in with no waves coming their way. There were flashes of wickets incoming, but not comprehensive. boundaries have come by pretty slow, so as the wickets. So it will be Hatumakan from similar and is bowled the back foot. Off the back, rocks on the back foot, not able to get a run. Well, that has been the bowling from Fatumakan. He has been just bowling at that line and just altering, maybe just going a little full or coming a little back to just test the shots. Look at that, Preet not able to get a single right. You're just staying there, not able to go. Maybe on the slightly on the slower side is you 110 on one day innings, but he's trying to play that anchor's role. But at this stage, he doesn't want to throw away his wicket. Any run will be priceless. And Mathur on the other end has been on the powerful side. Wrap onto the pads. Close but not close enough, says the umpire. Fourth wicket would definitely put Thailand much comfortable, knowing that they haven't had much of a success in their batting, chasing down. They've chased all of their previous matches against Maldives and Myanmar. Myanmar being slightly of a challenging chase, losing 7 wickets. And that it was an important breakthrough to break the partnership. It was slowly being dangerous. And let's take a look. Panavit, the game changer right there. It looked like it pitched like stuff, but then the umpire says yes, it's straight enough for me, and he raises his finger. So another wicket, an important breakthrough. Savir Mathur departs after a bit of brilliance in the bowling from Panavit. So it's Rishi Butani who walks in the middle. Well, this will definitely ease some pressure for the Thailand side, heading their fourth wicket. other side. Hit that hard enough, but not quite to get past the fielder there. Well, an interesting time for Rishi Bhutani to step in. Tossed up very full. Decent economy and getting a wicket. Definitely would be proud of himself. Panovich. Captain asked him to get a wicket and he delivers. Solid defense. And that will be a solid block to end the over. 24 gone, 128 for 4. Well, the previous match, brilliant wicket taker without it. He's not been able to get his wicket in this match. Panuvid has gotten 2 wickets for 2 runs in his previous match against Maldives. Has got 1 here. He has registered it for himself as well. It has been an overall well-balanced bowling attack from Thailand. Everyone has chipped in and given their contribution from the very beginning. As well as for the Hong Kong batters everyone who have scored runs. No one without, except for Rishi Bhutani, who is yet to get off the mark. And he does so. Well, not many runs being scored here. Good bit of bowling from Atmakan, who has been bowling in right areas, and this is a full toss, and he gets the treatment for bowling a freebie right there. Had to break the shackles, and he does it really well. It was a full toss. Got one knee down and just bounced it onto leg side at the square leg region, which was vacant. So an easy boundary from the skipper of Hong Kong China. Drives it downtown to end the over. So halfway through the contest, it is 135 for 4.
Good delivery to start with. Panu with Namchakul. He has bowled well, took a wicket into his third over, very economical as well. And like I've mentioned earlier, bowls at a very decent pace. So as a batter, you need to be very proactive to pick his line and length right. Look at that. is hitting the bat hard as a spinner. So we have seen in recent days a lot of spinners, especially wrist spinners, they're not looking to turn the ball too much, but they ball with some very good pace. A prime example of that will be Rashid Khan, someone who doesn't really turn the ball too much, but he has been very effective as the ball just hurries onto the bat. And as a batter, you need to be very, very quick on your feet to play them. Well, that was a much slower delivery, just going the other way. This is good mix of pace here. Panuwit Namchaikul is doing a wonderful job here. It's drying up the runs, so that will create some pressure onto the batters. Again, rock solid right behind the ball. Well, Rishi Bhutani technically looks as solid as Krish Bhutani. Similar names. In fact, they're brothers.
Well, that cheer would bring up the 150 for the team. Oh, it's a full toss straight to the fielder. Oh, he spilled it. Well, he's given him a second chance. Not the best of connections. Siley, who has been relentless in the field, who has taken a catch. The big wicket of Rihansh drops it in this one.
Yorfil Siley was the fielder on that occasion. Straight in and straight out. You need to take your catches, especially when a partnership is forming in the middle. Well, he'll be kicking himself. Unfortunate. After 28 overs, it's 151 for 4. Well, Rishi Bhutani was dropped on 6 runs. So how much will it cost Thailand at the end of this innings? Only time will say. But they will be looking to break this partnership. This pair already added 23 runs. And if they can bat longer and add on another 50 or 100 run partnership here, it will really hurt Thailand. That's beautifully pulled away over the infield. Couple of bounces into the fence. Another boundary here for the skipper. Preet Kishore Kumar moves on to 44 now.
Yep, there is still 22 overs left in this contest, and lot of time, ample of time for him to get into his scoring stride, and he has done it pretty well. Put away the bad deliveries, just dealing with a pure one-day innings display. It's a great example to lead his side really well.
Again, driven straight to the fielder. No runs there. Another good looking shot. But yes, you need to find those gaps as well. The mid on and mid off both are up in the circle. So I think hitting down the track will be a good option here. Roll of wrist straight to the fielder, but an easy single. Excellent running between the wickets there.
You could see the fitness levels of the players who have played, especially Hong Kong, China batters have been always on their feet when it comes to running in between the wickets, and they have been doing it constantly and never look tired at any moment. And not to write off the Thailand fielders as well, notably Siley, who has been sprinting on in every occasion when there's a ball being raced away in the boundaries, and always in the field, being very focused. Not too many errors in terms when it comes to fielding.
Well, a much better delivery there, just back of length, and Rishi Bhutani did well. He's oozing confidence out there. Well, he did give an opportunity in the last over. He was dropped in the outfield, and I think he needs to make it count, especially after getting that live. Another good delivery here. So it's 158 for 4. Panuit will continue in here. That will be a wide down the leg side. Well, extras are going to hurt. Thailand need to be more disciplined when it comes to bowling. Every extra delivery they need to reload and re-bowl that. That also will take some effect on the over rate as well. Again, beautifully driven through the covers. But there's a sweeper out there. Another single.
Yeah, at this young stage, I think it's pretty important for Thailand bowlers to realize that how important wide deliveries could be, how it could alter the course of a game, and it's important for them to train themselves to reduce errors in bowling wides and no balls. Oh, interesting! A steep drop in his pace right there.
A good change of pace for Panuit. He's bowling well. He has that sharp top spinner that just goes with the arm, doesn't spin too much, so it can be deceiving for the batters. And so far he has been economical as well. Again, a very good delivery, solid defense. Well, Rishi Bhutani is not taking any chances. He knows that he has been dropped once, so he might not get a second chance after this. Just trying to spend some time out there. Well, Hong Kong China still can reach 300 if they bat well from here. Oh, that's a poor delivery, a long hop. And Rishi Bhutani just trying to be a bit too defensive. End of 30 overs, 161 for 4. Well, change of bowling here. Jet Sada will come from the other end. Change of ends for him as well. Well, there are two right-handers out there, and bringing back the off-spinner could be interesting. Because if they take the attack to the off-spinner, he might leak some runs in here. But I think both the batters have been defensive in their approach, especially in the last couple of overs. We have seen even full tosses not been put away. So I think it's time for the batters to play a bit more positive and try to look for runs.
Yeah, because they have 6 more wickets in hand, and they have batters who could finish it off in style. They have those power hitters, those finisher roles, and maybe back in the tail they could get in some run when they get the chances. I think it's important for them to just put themselves into the driver's seat. A non-boundary in each over they play could be enough, but I could understand from the point of view of the batters, because they would want to stay there as long as possible, not giving their wickets cheaply. We have seen that in the early days when Rian Sharma tried to pull and he immediately feed it to the man at short. I think the thing is that they're trying to test their temperament, how well they could deal with it. When the ball is enticing, they're trying to curb their cravings and maybe not to go for the big shots. So that's very important.
Yes, and I also believe it was that drop catch that made him extra careful in his approach, and he probably just went into his shell. Rishi Bhutani just trying to be more cautious, and in process he's playing a lot of dot deliveries. He's batting on 10 of 22 deliveries, but yes, he can accelerate later on, but then you need to be positive in your mindset. Another good delivery. This is a good over here from Jet Sada, a decent one. It's 163 for 4.
I'm not sure how long they would continue with Panuvit, who have been effective earlier on. Oh, swept really well, but stopped. That's a brilliant bit of fielding to dive towards his right, Jetsada right there. That will definitely help and save a lot of runs. Well, the fielding has definitely cut off 30 to 40 runs potentially. There were a lot of deliveries and a lot of ways they played could have costed a boundary. Fielding has been exceptional. There's not even a single taken in that one, despite a clean sweep by the batter.
But so far, Panuvit Namchakul is doing a wonderful job here with the ball. That's well played. Just opening the face of the bat. Smart cricket here from the captain of Hong Kong China. He moves on to 49, just one short of a half century here. I think it will be a good time for him to score that half century and get his confidence going. He's played some wonderful innings, and he brings up his 50 in style, rocked onto the back foot, and he picks his gap and he raises his bat. And jubilations here for the Hong Kong China team and their captain as well.
Well, this has been a great example of a one-day innings. Well, he might not get another chance to display a really great innings. A good mix between boundaries, aggression and caution. He knew exactly his task was to play that till the end, or as long as he could stay in the at the crease, and he's done that really well. Rishi Bhutani here maybe just getting out of his fear. He's trying to play a little bit more positive to get things going. So, an eventful over, and it's 168 for 4 after 32.
Well, Preet Kishore Kumar 50 of 66, only 4 boundaries in that innings. So it shows how hard he worked out there. He had to work for his runs. It's not easy. It has not been easy for him, in fact, with the wickets falling around him. But he held on to his nerves. Oh dear! Another simple catch going straight in and straight out. And Rishi Bhutani will be feeling extremely lucky. That's the second opportunity that he offered, and another chance goes begging.
Second time lucky there for Rishi Bhutani, and now definitely he will be having a lot of thoughts in his mind whether to play him with aggression or to just be cautious. And on the bowling side, they missed out on another opportunity. and goes straight down the ground with sheer authority there. And Rishi Bhutani does it in style as well.
Well, I think it was the captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, who played that shot. Well, he's leading from the front. So it's the same fielder again and again. It's Akechai Comfort, the fielder, who's dropped a catch in the previous over, and now another misfield through his legs. I also feel that because he's a wicketkeeper, probably not the best option out there in the field. But nevertheless, Hong Kong China batters will take it any day. That will be a wide. So Thailand are losing their way into this innings. The bowlers put some efforts and got those wickets in the middle, but now another wonderful partnership being formed. That's well bowled. Not afraid to toss the ball right up there. And Preet almost yorked himself on that occasion. And he's played a wonderful innings. The captain of Hong Kong China scored a half century here. And that's punched down the ground. And that will bring up the 50 partnership as well between the two. Wonderful partnership between Preet and Rishi Bhutani.
The vast of the contribution coming from the skipper himself as well. There were a couple of chances that Thailand couldn't capitalize on. Two catching opportunities put down. That is gonna cost them as far as Rishi Bhutani is gonna bat. Well, definitely a lot of things in his mind, but nonetheless, from the other end, there will be some encouragement and some words from the skipper that just play your game. And again, not looking too convincing off the back foot again. It would have been easily 5 to 6 wickets right now for Thailand, and they missed that. That's much better. So with that, it is 179 for 4 after 39 overs.
Chansada will continue in here. where to put your fielders. Much better on that occasion. Preet just punching it towards that cover region. Another single here.
Well, they don't mind the singles, but they need to get a wicket. They have to do something out of the ordinary to get them to play different. So far, Preet Kishore and Rishi Bhutani have dealt it well. Couple of lifelines for him, but nonetheless the partnership going real smooth. It's 182 for 4 after 35. Well, 5 overs left in the second power play, and Hong Kong China have done real well. Despite slow innings across all the batters who have come, they have done their job in putting the runs on the board. They know that they have a good bowling side that could aid them and that could put them into a comfortable position.
Meanwhile, Arison and Vichakam coming back into the attack. Bowled well with the new ball. Yes, he was slightly expensive, but he did ask a lot of questions to the batters. And with his express pace, if he can land the ball in the right areas, he might cause some trouble here.
Interesting is going to be, I've seen a lot of spin being bowled in the majority of the middle over. They haven't seen too many pace apart from Singapore. Speaking himself and Arison, and as you mentioned, he did ask a lot of questions. Questions answered. At times he's been wavered, especially towards this late spell and the early overs being a bit expensive with his extras. Now it's time to shine potentially.
A full toss and easy pickings there. Beautifully played once again. This time it's Rishi Bhutani. Straying onto the pads, all he needed to do was to get bat on ball and hit that vacant area behind square on the onside. So welcome boundary here for Hong Kong China.
Yeah, it was straight, it was full, clip for 4, and was not the best of deliveries at all. Any day of the week, any batter would play it with ease. That will definitely boost some confidence for Rishi Bhutani. Wrapped onto his pads, but not a run. Slight confusion in the middle. Well, too many things were going on in that instance. They do get the single they wanted. And that's what Arison can do. That surprise that he gives with his pace. If you could utilize it more, it could be very dangerous.
Well, I also feel the wicketkeeper throwed at the wrong end because Rishi Bhutani was struggling at the non-striking end, but the wicketkeeper threw the ball at the striking end. So, a lot happening here in this over. when there is a freebie on offer, a full toss being bowled, and just 1 run taken. So Rishi Bhutani is batting on 21 now, but definitely he has not looked at his best.
Yep, I mean, it's that power hitting ability, isn't it? It's about not only strength but to connect it well at right areas. It comes with a combination of scanning the field and also having that the timing as well. It's not just throwing your bat at it, but also playing with certain conviction, playing with a sort of purpose. It could be just sending a message to the opposition that I'm here to play my shots, or it could be a strong message sending that that is a way to maneuver the field. And with that, it will be drinks. It's 37 gone and it's 195 for 4. 6 batters still remaining after drinks. Oh! What a change and what a start! This is electrifying. A look at the celebrations there. They are charged, and it's a good re-energizing drinks it was.
And guess who? It's the leading wicket taker, Hitawat Srikau, coming back into the attack right after drinks. So many occasions we have seen a drinks break can really change the momentum. That's exactly what happened. Lapse of concentration finally from the captain, Preet Kishore Kumar. But he'll be very pleased with that innings. A wonderful knock here from the Hong Kong China captain. 64 of 81 deliveries. And with that, the new batter walks in. Declan Church. There's 31 written on his shirt. It's a good batter. Played a very good knock towards that business end of the innings against Malaysia. And I think Hong Kong China will need a similar innings from him. But it's not going to be easy, especially when the Thailand bowlers are trying to get back into this game.
This is exactly what they needed. A breakthrough that could breach this partnership. They've got it in a really good time. They've got the knack of getting wickets after drinks. We've seen that in the past drinks break where they got an important breakthrough. And then there will be some silent overs in between. That's what Thailand should try to avoid. Maybe create some chaos and just pulling the strings back for their side, or not that.
Oh, that's good match awareness there. He knew that he bowled a no ball. So he caught the ball and threw at the non-striking end. Almost caught Declan Church napping. Direct hit, and he could have been gone, because you can be run out of a no ball as well. So free hit coming up here. And I think it will be a good opportunity for Rishi Bhuttani to take the attack and score some runs in here. A freebie coming up. Can he capitalize on this opportunity? Well, another full toss. No timing whatsoever. Well, Rishi Bhuttani has been struggling with his timing right from the first delivery that he faced. He has looked solid when he's on his defensive mode, but every time he goes for the attack, we have seen the struggle.
Oh, that was an absolute beauty there. Just skid on right after with bounce and just bamboozling Declan Church. And yeah, rightly said on Rishi Bhuttani's way of style of playing. It's not looked the most convincing in terms of power hitting, but when it comes to defense and nudging for singles, he's been a great operator. And that's one thing he would want to add into his locker, that power hitting ability, because when you are given the opportunity or given the role to play through the business end of the innings, you would need to hit hard and just fight through those last overs and get as much as possible. And when you don't have that, you will be somewhat being very centered on being defensive, which you can't afford in the modern day. In every industry, even in sports, you would want to have certain versatility and ability to play plenty of roles as much as you could, to be well suited and well rounded for multiple occasions. And just one run away from the 200 run mark. With the fifth wicket this over, it is 38 gone, 199 for 5.
Fatumakan Tongkao will continue in here. Well, Hong Kong China, the first thing that they need to do right now is to play those 50 overs. It's very important. They've lost half of their side back into the dugout. But if they can bat their full 50 overs, I think they'll still get a decent total up there, which will be challenging enough for the Thailand batters. Like I said, they've not been tested yet, the Thailand batting. Well, another misfield. Well, it has been a day of struggle for Akechai Comfort in that point region. We have seen a drop catch from him and few misfields as well. Not having the good day in the field. And that single also brought up the 200 for Hong Kong China, 200 for 5.
Thailand had to battle their way through to get those wickets. It's 5 wickets that they've gotten. It's just that they would want to have it a bit earlier maybe, and they didn't capitalize on the chances well. It wasn't much as costly as it would Rishi Bhutani. At the moment, you see he's got 22 runs of 47. If we had switched those numbers, maybe 47 or 22, it would have been a real disappointment. But at the moment, doing all right. But how well could the Thailand batters do in the second innings is what really matters, because you would want to get over the line, and chasing hasn't been easy in high scoring matches. Even Malaysia, the host nation, couldn't get over the line. Fell short of 88 runs. Could that be his first of the afternoon? No. Well, one key trait about Fatumakan is he's able to curtail the runs, and that's what he's been doing really well. There are genuine wicket takers on the other end, so his job is to restore the economy. Has done that really well. As in, let the batters free their arms and go for the wickets. This over comes to an end as well. So it is 39 gone, and it's 202 for 5.
Hitawat Srikar will continue here. Another full toss, another no ball here. And again, all Rishi Bhutani could manage was to find the fielder. There's a huge vacant area on the onside. There's no deep square leg, no deep mid wicket, and still he couldn't find the gap. It has been that kind of a day for him, where the struggle has been there right from the word go. So free hit coming up here. Declan Church, he will be eyeing to get a boundary here. Well, it can happen. Sweaty palms. It has been very hot and humid out here at the STC Oval. And a wild swing. He goes inside out and into the boundary. This is good batting here.
I think the most sensible thing that Rishi Bhutani could do is just rotate the strike to Church and let him play those big shots. Look at that. A lot of confidence in that shot, and played it with real authority. Without hesitation, he just goes a couple of steps down the ground and then dispatches it. And they would need someone who could deal with different paces, and Church looks like a great fit here.
Yes, absolutely. Well, going back to the no ball, they have bowled 26 extras in this match so far. 20 wides and 6 no balls. That's more than 4 overs of extra deliveries that they need to bowl, adding to that 50 overs. So that's something they really need to work on, Thailand bowlers. I think at the age of 15, 16, that's when you need to learn your disciplines, especially going into the big stage. After this, they might be going for the under 19 and then the senior men's team as well, where the margin for error will be very minimum. So it's very important that they do the basics right.
And it could be no better platform than this to highlight your game and where you could improve. And rightly mentioned that no balls and extras have been another factor that have aided the runs for Hong Kong China. And it looks like Hong Kong China batters have been technically solid. There's very minimal errors to be found. It's just that maybe the temperament and the game experience that could really shape their game. And look at that. That has been blazed into the gap. Wonderfully struck by Declan Church right there.
Again, he fetched it from the off stump and pulling it towards mid-wicket area. Yes, probably not the most convincing shot, but it's effective. At least he's trying to accelerate, which is very important right now because we have just concluded over number 40. It's 212 for 5.
Second power play done. 10 overs remaining in the first innings. Another extra delivery. Oh, how bad this could hurt them. It looks like fatigue is catching them up as well. It's been 40 overs that they've bowled, and when they're not getting any wickets, they remain very silent and slightly on the passive side.
Well, the scorecard might say they have bowled 40 overs, but actually it's 44.3 overs. That's when those extra deliveries comes into play. So definitely it's hot and humid out there, and every extra delivery, it's gonna take a toll at your fitness levels as well. And I think it's a very good intent shown by Declan Church as well. Walking into bat has been very positive. Oh, and he's gone. Oh dear, he was caught napping. And this is brilliant glove work here from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, initially it was a wide delivery, and tried to nudge it over leg stump, maybe onto the leg side, and then he was looking forward to go for a single, and that's where he had a pause and not sure what to do. Even the keeper was not, he was unsure, he was uncertain whether to go for the stumping, and he did in quick time. It's quite quick behind the stumps, and it's the 6th wicket. Well, finally, Fatima Khan registers his first wicket. He desperately wanted. He's been toiling hard all day to search his first, and he's got it in the form of stumping, which he will be delighted. It's pretty interesting that they've brought him and is defending his first two deliveries. At this point, typically, a batter would try to play as free as possible because we are nearing the business end of the innings, and pretty interesting style of play.
That's pulled away, but no timing again. The single, so Aryav gets off the mark with a single.
Well, I reckon it's important for these batters, these young age batters, to understand that muscling through maybe not the best of options, but timing is really important. So if they time it well, it's good enough to get a really good hit on the ball. Oh, brilliant right there. Goes for the block hole and really successful there, catching him by surprise. And with that, it's 41 overs done and it's 216 for 6.
Witawa Trika will continue in here. It's been very expensive today. Still is number one when it comes to the wickets tally. Already taken 10 wickets in this tournament. Well, I think the Hong Kong China batters did well to negotiate with him. They attacked him right from the word go, putting him under pressure. Well, he has got a wicket. That too, a precious wicket of the Hong Kong China captain, Preet, who went out for 64. Again, a full toss. Easy pickings here for Aryav. Well, Dinesh, I would like to ask you, what would you make out of this innings from Rishi Bhutani? 25 of 54. And he was offered 2 lives as well.
Well, looking at his previous innings, it was 38 of 53. And today looks a completely different player. I think he's stuck in that lull of maybe having and on the way catching the delivery is ricochets of the helmet. Coming back to Rishi Bhutani, well, was it in the courtesy of a run out in his previous innings that he's got a strike rate of 71, much better of going below the halfway stage. It's 26 of 55, looking a completely different player. And as he's concerned about his personal record, he's definitely going to stay there as long as possible. And it looks like a slight concussion issue right there when the ball hit him on the head, while slipped off the gloves of the keeper. Hope he's doing all right. Hope Aryav is doing well out there in the middle. And talking through the previous innings of Hong Kong in the previous match, 228, they were bowled out in 43.2 overs. Not far away from here. It's almost a similar case, but they've done really well in their batting. It was a day to remember for Krish Bhutani, 64 of 82, and Rishi Bhutani as well, 38 of 53, becoming the second highest run scorer in this previous game. And he looked completely different today. Not sure what is stuck in his head, but he's definitely trying to bat his way through these 50 overs.
Well, he just needs to get out of his shell. can express himself. Definitely the skills are there and the potential is also there, but yes, as a batter, you need to be more positive in your intent. And probably that first drop catch, since then, he went into his shell, very defensive, even not being able to put the full tosses away. But I'm sure probably a boundary here can really change things for him, probably boost his confidence.
Yeah, obviously, when you're given the opportunity to represent your country in the international stage, you don't want to take things for granted, and he doesn't want to. Maybe he has that fear of making a mistake, trying to do different things, but that's where you could show your real potential and maybe not taking risk, just focusing on what you could do better. And he puts away into the gap. That is much better. That will definitely boost some confidence in Rishi Bhutani. That's more like it, and that's more the way he should be continuing his innings from here on.
Well, probably he has heard us from the com box and he went for the boundary. I think this is a good shot. That will definitely ease some nerves out there. It's 223 for 6. Well, change in bowling here. Panuit Namchaikul will come back into the attack. So some leg spin here. That's wrapped on the pads. Well, Arif Khaderia will need to play a role here as well. But probably he didn't bat much in this tournament. And now coming in a pressure situation towards the business end of the match. It's not going to be easy. But I think it's all about temperament. He needs to keep his calm and try to score some runs in here. Oh, beautifully bowled. It was right there in the block hole. Yoked Rishi Bhutani. But he did well.
Well, there are a couple of overs left till the contest ends. Still looking to defend and just put a price on the wickets. It's a hot sunny afternoon out there and these players are giving the 100%. This is really lovely to see. Well, now he looks slightly positive here, Rishi Bhutani, looking to free his arms and just gives himself some room to play it on the offside. That's more like it.
Yes, exactly. I mean, one boundary can really change the context of your batting. Once you get confident and your feet starts moving well.
It's all about the way you have your mind. It's always the begin with the end of your mind, and what you think is what you reflect with the actions as well. It's what they're gonna train. They got to do if they would want to sustain their cricketing career in the long term. And with that being said, it's 225 for 6 after 43.
Well, 7 overs to go and 75 runs to get to the 300. Slightly unlikely, but it's still on the cards. Another positive looking shot there. Slight misfield. Fortunately for Thailand, just 1 run taken.
Action from the other grounds is that Singapore have posted 267 with a loss of 8 wickets against Bhutan. Really exciting contest on the other end. A lot of runs here. On the slower side, but they put a lot of just out of the reach of the man and short. Even the tall lad out there just couldn't reach to get that one into his palms.
It was the Thailand captain Chirapol. Good effort. Wasn't an easy chance, but he did well to get a hand to it. And slightly short, an attempted slower delivery. But I think Thailand will be very happy to concede singles in here.
Well, it's purely a psychological game, and from a bowler's point of view, if a ball's being hit every single delivery, you wouldn't like it. Going for runs. Oh, that beats the outside edge. That's wonderful from Witawat. Well, towards the end of this innings, he's been bowling really well. A complete change in paradigm from where he started off with being very expensive, and now he's got the control, the ability to pull in great areas. Once again, 2 beauties on the cards.
Yes, that should be the line and length to bowl at. But so far today, he's not been consistent with his line and length. That has been one of the concerns. He leaked runs very early in the innings. Now he's trying to come back. That's in the air and will be just over the fielder. Another single, no timing whatsoever. Both the batters are trying to swing the bats, but the timing has not been there. So it's 229 for 6. So the leg spinner will continue in here. Panawit Namchakul. So into his 9th over. Oh, long hop there. Short and wide. And that's cut away for a couple of runs. Well, he had all the time to even play a pull shot in that vacant region. Could have targeted the cow corner, but he went the other way. So 2 more runs here. It's Araf Khaderia who moves on to 8 of 16.
Well, Shahidur, a leg spinner yourself, what do you see as an important for a leg spinner? Like, what do you think he should be mastering at the young age?
Just like I said, I think he's pretty impressive. He's bowling at a good pace. And that took the leading edge and a simple catch to the wicketkeeper. Again, like I mentioned, he's bowling at a very good pace. So not too slow and not too quick for the batters. And it's not easy to pick. Look at that, it was a fuller delivery. He went for the slog sweep, just getting a leading edge and a simple catch there. A good wicket here. And it's Arif Khaderia who departs.
Good bit of bowling towards the end and good bit of bowling from Panavit. Great fielding effort by the wicketkeeper to take the catch.
Well, Seth Pereira comes into bat. Definitely very handy with the bat. We've seen he can really bat. Well, it will be very important for Hong Kong China to play their full 50 overs and get to 270, 280 at least from here. That's beautifully driven in the gap. And he gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, in the previous game they only managed 43.2 overs they played, and this match has reached 45. I reckon, yep, it is 45 done. So it's 232 for 7.
So Chet Sada coming back into the attack. He'll be bowling his 10th over. He's already bowled 9. Flighted delivery, and that's beautifully driven down the ground. Good, confident looking shot there from Seth Pereira. Played a couple of handy innings in the first 2 matches, and he did well with the ball as well. A good all-rounder to have, especially someone who can bat down the order and bowl that quarter of 10 overs. A beautiful looking shot that swept away into the gap. That's a boundary here for Rishi Bhutani.
Well, gradually building his confidence. This is what he needs. Although he's played a tremendous amount of deliveries, he couldn't connect this similar shot that he had to do before, and now he's gradually getting confidence and he's playing it really well.
Straight away there's a change in field. Mid wicket goes deep, and smart batting there, just punching it down the ground for a single.
Yeah, confidence will shift momentum and shift its mindset to be play much more positive, more comprehensive as well, and now he's taking charge in the middle.
Here goes aerial. Oh, a brilliant attempt, but it goes for a boundary as well.
It was full. He tried to hit it, just couldn't get over the fielder, but good effort then the deep, just short of his ground, and well, it could have been a wicket. It could have been a great catch in the deep.
Well, he took his chances, but in the end it cost them a boundary. These are important runs. A very positive intent shown by both the batters now. I think they will look to accelerate from here. 4 overs to go after this. This is good batting, good smart cricket. Just maneuvering the ball around for a single, and with that he will keep the strike as well. So it's 244 for 7. Well, Rishi Bhutani was dropped twice. Once when he was in single digits, and then before he reaches 20, and now he's batting on 39. So he has already made them pay for some runs here. That will be a couple of runs once again.
Yeah, it was sliding down leg, and I reckon it was a wide delivery. maybe there was some bat on it. These are priceless runs and they are far away from a 250 mark. A good stop. Just getting a hand to it.
Well, finally, Akechai Kamput was able to stop a ball. We have seen he had a very bad day today in the field. A big appeal, but that was definitely going over the stumps. Steep bounce there for the spinner. Panuvit Namchaikul is bowling his last over. That's short and wide once again, but no timing.
Well, it's interesting to see there's not many boundaries coming, but they're trying to score as much as runs as they could. Sid Pereira and Rishi Bhutani out there doing a splendid job, keeping their wickets. Well, this has been a great bowling display by Panuvit. The economy is exceptional. 2 wickets as well in the process. Ooh, that one just pops out.
And he finishes well. Excellent spell from the leggy. 10 overs, 34 runs and 2 wickets for him. It's 248 for 7.
3 overs left and 3 batters left. Rishi Bhutani is still out there, and definitely Thailand will be thinking that we should have taken those catches earlier on. Could have maybe saved them and could have restricted them for just 200 plus runs at the end. Even though he's dealt it pretty slower than usual, Rishi Bhutani is able to get a good score with himself, being the second highest run scorer alongside, followed by the skipper of Hong Kong China himself, Kishore Kumar. Overall, every single batter have contributed their most. Everyone chipping in really well.
Arusen and Wichakam coming back into the attack. Oh, that's a full toss. And there's a vacant area on the onside, and that will reach the fence. Another boundary here for Rishi Bhutani, and that brings up the 250 as well for Hong Kong China. Well, it was Seth Pereira, the batter on that occasion. My bad.
Just a glance on the leg side. It was a full toss. No two ways about it, and just gets over the infield to put it away. That has been the problem with Thailand bowling. At times being too full, being rash with the deliveries. Again goes over the infield. 3 fielders converging and none of them could stop it. Back-to-back boundaries here for Seth Pereira. Well, shift of gears here into the 6th. Potentially back-to-back boundaries and into double figures. 16 of 9. This is what you need to close this innings in some style. Well, as earlier you mentioned about the Hong Kong batters could bat deep. They have a couple of batters who could deliver the job even despite the loss of wickets, and they're doing exactly that.
Yes, a quick cameo here from Seth Pereira. Not afraid to take the aerial route. And I think he also picked his cap right. He saw that huge vacant area on the onside, and he has targeted that place. And this is good smart batting. This time he goes up and over the offside. They're running hard for the second. This is good running again.
Well, slowly the game is deviating away from Thailand again. They need something to stop this from getting wondrous for them. Couple of stabs and he dispatches it. Oh, in the process, in the dugout, that takes a wonderful catch there. But nonetheless, it's a maximum.
Great use of the feet. He converted that into a full toss. Just a couple of steps, and this is good batting here. These are precious runs here for Hong Kong, China. Again, a big heave on the onside, straight to the fielder.
So with that, it is 264 for 7.
Well, the captain bringing himself on. Paul will be bowling to Seth Pereira, who's played a wonderful knock here, 25 of just 13 deliveries. He has taken the attack to the bowlers. And he continues the same. A big heave on the onside, and that will run for another boundary here. Coming from the thick inside edge of the bat. But well, you need to be brave to play those shots. And he did exactly that. Another boundary here. He's dealing in boundaries right now. That was his 4th boundary. And he has got a 6 under his belt as well. Seth Pereira moves on to 29 in no time. 269 on the board. Again, he goes aerial on the onside. Oh, and a misfield. Another boundary. Oh dear. The fielder reached there. And look at that. That's poor fielding. The Thailand fielders did a wonderful job before this. They've been very good when it comes to ground fielding. But then on that occasion, probably the pressure. And Seth Pereira moves to 33 of 15. Back-to-back boundaries here for him. Again, dancing down the track. Another beautiful looking shot. This time, he hits the gap in the cow corner region. That's 3 boundaries, hat-trick of boundaries coming off his bat.
Well, looks like a finisher's role is what Seth Pereira is giving a statement in the middle. Well, he's stored his energy for the last few overs, and he's dealing with boundaries with ease as well, and with ordinary fielding is definitely going to help the batsman to score easy runs. 300 might be on the cards. Well, it all came down to a fielder in the deep, or else it would have been a 4th in a row.
Well, absolutely. He's taking his chances. And I think he has made Rishi Bhutani's life easy out there. Was struggling for runs, struggling to rotate the strike. And since Seth Pereira walked into bat, I think things worked well between the two. And they're both playing wonderfully out there. It's in the air. Oh, just short of the fielder. Another single. Well, Rishi Bhutani not convincing when it comes to stroke playing.
Yeah, again, he was trying to be as aggressive as he could, going for the big heave on the leg side, and cow corner fielder always there. And Sid Pereira on strike. And he finishes off in style of this over. And in absolute dreamland, the Hong Kong dugout out there cheering for him. What a way to end the 49th over, and the skipper is absolutely speechless there, who came to deliver his potentially final spell. So 15 runs away from that 300-run mark, which looked absolutely formidable at one stage, but right now Sid Pereira making look that it is very much possible, and 6 away from a half century. 285 for 7 after 49.
Well, what a hit there. 285 on the board. That 6 also brought up the 50 partnership between the two as well. And look at that, Sid Pereira is batting on 44. So he scored most of the runs in that partnership. And Rishi Bhutani has been a mere spectator on the other end, just appreciating his partner hitting those boundaries. But now he's on strike. He'll be looking for boundaries, but at least the least he could do right now will be just to get a single and get Sid Pereira back on strike. Witawat Srikau coming back into the attack, and he's cleaned him up. And finally, Rishi Bhutani's innings comes to an end.
Look at that, it was straight, full, coming quick, and he's absolutely castled there. So Rishi Bhutani's long innings comes to an end, scoring 43 of 71 deliveries, just couldn't get going further. So it will be another batter walking in this over, and it will be a second wicket for Arison and Vichakam. Well, applause from his teammates for his mighty effort in the middle. Despite the lifelines given, it had to be the stumps that would bring his innings to an end. So it will be Abhimanyu Ganesan who will be the new batter. A solid bowling option for the Hong Kong China team. Picked up 3 wickets in this previous game, being absolutely crucial for their seamless win.
Well, that's a full toss, and it remained in the air for quite some time, just dropping in no man's land. That will be a no ball as well. Well, umpire says no. Well, a surprising call. So Abhimanyu gets off the mark with a couple of runs here. Well, Abhimanyu is lethal with the new ball. Took a fifer against Malaysia in the first game. Oh, this is a good comeback here. 3 deliveries, only 2 runs given. What an over here from Wichakam.
He will be thinking in his mind what to bowl, whether he go full, to go short. But I can't afford to bowl short deliveries. Not many protection in the deep. Oh, he's added inside edge, I reckon. Well, no one in short. So he will be biased given.
Well, I think it's poor match awareness from the other batters. Seth Pereira, who's batting on 44 of 18, was kept away from the strike for 4 deliveries in the last over. I think all the batters needed to do was to get a single and get him to play most of the deliveries, especially in the last over. Oh, another good delivery. He hits the wickets once again. What an over here from Wichacom.
Well, he gets a second cleanup in this over, and this time it's a dangerous Seth Pereira who's looking to advance down the ground. Instead, he's been knocked over by a brilliant delivery. Wasn't the fullest, it wasn't a Yorker that does it. It was almost at the slot, but just good enough to clean him up. Well, a mighty effort by Seth Pereira as well. A good cameo, 19 deliveries, 44. Someone who needed to finish things off in good style. So 9 done. Could it be a clean sweep from Arusanan with a 2-2? 2 wickets in the over already. So is Abuzar Ali on strike for the very final delivery. Oh, hits it hard, but I reckon it wouldn't be enough. So they'll be coming for the second, and that should be a run out. Oh no! He has spilled it. Not the best of grips. It could have been a second wicket. Could have been 2-2. Instead, they run the second run comfortably to end a rather satisfying innings. 290 runs on the board, 291 will be required by Thailand to get over the line. Impressive batting performances across all the batters who have played today, and a cameo towards the end to set a formidable score, and the stage is set for a remarkable chase. So that's the match summary. Was the skipper Preet Kishore Kumar being the highest run scorer, 64 of 80. Well, a great anchor, and as well as a good finisher from Seth Pereira, 44 of just 19 deliveries, and Rishi Bhutani, who hadn't had the best of outings there, made good use of his double lifeline, scoring 43 of 71, being knocked by Arusanan. And if you look at the bowling cards, Arusanan Wichacom came in nicely towards the business end of the innings. 2 wickets being bowled, and the first wicket taker as well, with Panuvid, who had the best of economies, 3.4, and in his 10 overs getting 2 wickets as well, with Jirapal being an absolute game changer with his only wicket. And the stage is set for the chase. It's 200 needed after the break, so we'll catch you shortly for the chase of Thailand. Stay Afternoon, viewers, and we are back live after a short break in this exciting contest between both unbeaten sides in the tournament, Thailand and Hong Kong, facing their third match. It's match day 6 here at the STC Oval. Started off brilliantly with Thailand winning the toss and electing to field first, and in their 50 overs, they've got 9 wickets, but 290 is what they've conceded, and 291 is what they have to put on the board to get over the line to be the highest successful run chased in this tournament. We've seen chases being in merely small totals. We haven't seen a large one. It will be a good test for the Thailand batters as far as Hong Kong are concerned, looking to keep their unbeaten streak alive. And the first ball of the second innings, flirting outside the line of off stump, leaving it convincingly. Virmartu, the bowler, unlike Thailand, who started off with the opposite end, it is from the Golden Horse end that Virmartu starts his proceedings with a slip in place. So it's the skipper Jirapol and Ekachai Kamput at the non-strikers, and pretty attacking field. Similar ploy with two deep fielders, third man and fine leg. Virmatur, it's like he's happy to invite him for the drive. He's looking for the swing. He's got a shape inwards to the right-hander. Has a good tall stature, gives him the high release point. Could generate some steep bounce. Wrapped onto his pads, but far from hitting the stumps. Well, Jirapal wouldn't open this account, but definitely getting off the mark for Thailand. It is the first runs being buys. Well, it was a really enterprising 50 overs for Hong Kong nonetheless. A couple of cameos and a really steady innings from their skipper as well. Going fuller yet leaving it. Akachai. Was wonderful to see Kishore Kumar, Hong Kong skipper, being very, very comprehensive, and he stick to his plan till the end. Just play slow and steady, and he believes that slow and steady wins the race. And we had a couple of other innings for Rayansh. We had Rishi Bhuttani, who had a really slow start, doomed with confidence, not able to get a move on, but yet posting a decent 42, averaging on around 40 to 45 runs in every innings he's played. A welcoming start for Virmatu. 290 needed. The rest 49 overs for Thailand. One without loss. So it will be big shouts. So it will be Preet Mangukia. "15-year-old young lad bowling." Well, he's bowling in really light lengths. It's interesting that Hong Kong have gone with the pace spin combination earlier on, rather contrasting from Thailand's approach in their first innings, going with double plays in both ends, with Arusen and Vichakam and the leading wicket taker of the tournament with Howard Strigar. Solid block. And here's where the Thailand batters would have to really plan and play according to the innings, because it's a long format. It's 50 overs to play for, and the opening batters should get into a good start, similar way of how Hong Kong batters approached the innings. But there were a couple of questions asked by the Hong Kong by Thailand bowlers earlier on, yet able to be effective, and they gave an answer to it. They are able to bat in any phase of the game, but slowly the game was deviating away towards the business end. Look like fatigue has caught up, so as the heat and the pressure as well. That has been pulled into the gap. Man and Dave will secure that one. While he hadn't freed his arms, it looked like he had cramped himself a slight space there. But he gets off the mark. Well, I want to run this overs quickly. Again, skidding right upon the bounce, and it will be a 2-run over as well. So it is 3 without loss after 2. Oh, beats past the outside edge. An absolute beauty. A great inducker from Vimatu right there. That will definitely pose a lot of questions at the back end of the batter. Well, this is where sheer skill and confidence will come in play for the skipper. He has to work his way to lead his side to at least get through this first 10 overs. These 10 overs are crucial to keep them alive in this contest. And defending along the way wouldn't be the option, as they at least need 5 to 6 runs in over. And so far they've gotten an average of 1.5, which is far from the achievable, the rather required target for an over. 2 options, either to weather the storm early, get through this hard overs to play for, and then when they maybe find a bowler to their strengths and maybe attack him, that could be the play, or maybe trying to take some risk and take on the hard overs, the likes of Veer Mathur, and maybe so that would be a no ball. So it is free hit, license to hit. And you could see the technique tries to play it along the ground, pulls it onto the vacant lakeside region, gap between short mid wicket and square leg. Missed out on a golden opportunity to get some runs on the board. Well, as far from the bowling point of view, early wickets would mean that they will be right on top of this game, Hong Kong, but they don't mind to have not conceding a single run. That will definitely get into the batter's mind. Pressure will definitely get into them, and that's what they're waiting for. So as long as the dots come by, they will be fine bowling the similar way. Well, an unnecessary extra here. And there will be another run to end the over. So it will be 6 without loss in 3. So Thailand on the slower side to start proceedings, but looking very aggressive. At the same time, still need more attention and maybe making a statement. But here's where the technical ability will be exposed if the batters aren't able to put away boundaries or unable to put away the bad deliveries. With that being said, I believe this is the perfect moment to welcome oh, he just pops out. Well, looking distraught there from the batter, Chirapol. Absolutely stunned. And this is where their batting ability has been questioned heavily. Are they able to take on? We haven't seen a big drive or a great pull shot being played. Maybe a lack of confidence there, or maybe just trying to save the wicket for the long term. Anyways, runs will determine who wins the game. And at the moment, both the bowlers are running through these overs real quick. So it's 4 overs done and it's 6 without loss. That will hit the pads, and well, this has been a great start for the fast bowler Bemato. Had decent innings with the bat, and now he's translating that confidence back into his bowling. This leaves it. Well, Akachai unable to get off the mark yet. This is where he's trying to at least play a shot that could at least get a run. Could see that the drive slowly coming up, but misses on this occasion. Well, they are aware that it's not easy to score runs against these well experienced or a really good bowling attack. They should at least look to rotate strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking. There you go. Well, three deliveries into the over and not many runs being scored. Ah, finally getting bat on ball in this occasion. Again goes for the drive, but again tight field there, so not much room for him to explore. And with Veer bowling at right length and line, it's going to be really, really difficult for him to score runs. Has to find a way, break the shackles. A boundary will definitely boost some confidence. There you go, driven. Looking for the run. Onto the other end. A run out was definitely on the cards there. Just slips away from Declan Church. And that will be another quick over as well. It is 8 with a loss after 5. While the batsman is taking his guard, I would like to welcome back my co-commentator for today. Shahidur, how are you doing? How's things with you?
Thank you so much, Dinesh. A very warm welcome to all the viewers who are watching us live. This is the ACC Under-16 East Zone Cup in Malaysia 2025. So Preet is bowling. Well, that's played on the onside. Slight misfield, and that might run away for the first boundary here. Yes, it does. It was a poor delivery down the leg side and accepted by the batter. So welcome boundary here for Thailand. And getting back to your question, Dinesh, I'm doing pretty well. Well, earlier today I was there with both the captains for the toss. And the Thailand captain, he was very keen to pick those wickets early and restrict Hong Kong China from putting a big total. Whereas Hong Kong China did exactly that. They posted 290 runs on the board. And now the Thailand batters are in pursuit. It's a pretty slow start, I would say. 12 runs without a wicket into the 6th over. Yes, they might accelerate later on, but so far it's not a good start. But then there's a good looking pull shot there. Another boundary here. So a couple of boundaries in the over. And finally, we can see some intent from the Thailand batters.
Yeah, it's Ekachai this time, who's rocking onto his back foot and then plays it into square leg. Well, from the beginning, he had a slower start, then gradually involved himself in playing some drives, which he missed initially, and that got into bat on ball. And now looks like he's gaining a lot of confidence again, and that's what you need. And with a lot of overs to play for, he should be looking for a long innings.
Well, Dinesh, those two boundaries will really help him to boost his confidence. Oh dear, nothing short. Fortunately for him, he survives. The reason why I said so is he had a terrible day in the outfield, especially in that point region. Every time the ball went to him, he dropped catches and then a lot of fumbles and misfields from him. So, you need to have something positive going for you to get back into the game, because cricket is a psychological game as well. And once you're psychologically down, it can really affect your performance as well.
Yes, definitely. Might not go well in your bowling, but you might have a good day in batting. Have the best in both worlds, or not the best in either. But you have to keep yourself grounded and just do what you have to do. I reckon he's into his double figures. Yep, he is. Hekachai Comfort. Scoring some runs and increasing the run rate there. Well, there's a lot of pace going on with Preet Kishore Kumar right here. And it ends an over with runs and with purpose for Thailand. So it's 19 with a loss after 6.
Well, change in bowling here. Seth Pereira, leg spinner, coming into the attack. Well, when he was batting, it was absolute carnage. Wonderful hitting from him. He scored 44 of just 19 deliveries, and now he's walked into ball. And we have seen some very good all-round performance from him in the previous matches as well. Very handy, both with the bat and ball, and a good fielder as well. So very good prospect for Hong Kong cricket in the future. Oh, almost carried to him. And he bowls at a very good pace as well. Doesn't allow too much room and too much time to the batters.
Notably, the Hong Kong players have something common in them, is that they are able to play various roles in the team. They are not restricted, or they don't stop themselves to be a player who does only one thing well. They can do many things. Seth Pereira towards the end able to play the finisher's role as well as able to bowl well at the moment. That's what you need. Modern cricket, you need to do most of the things by yourself. And yes, that's a really, really good shot. This is good intention from Ekachai. Rocks onto the bat foot and just plays it into the gap.
Yes, a very good looking shot there. Slightly short, but he was very quick to pick that up. And it was dispatched to the boundary. Well, he has scored 3 boundaries in quick succession. And this time he goes in the air once again. No timing on that occasion. Similar shot like the previous one. This time just coming from the bottom of the bat. Nevertheless, a pretty good over till now. The batters are trying to look for runs. I think that's where the spinners can really come into play. And it's getting slightly gloomy in here as well. Probably that's the reason why the captain opted to go for spinners instead of the pacers, because they know if it rains, then the Duckworth Lewis and the 20 overs minimum that needs to be played will come into play. So I think the primary target should be to complete their 20 overs first to get a result from this game.
That being said, it's 7 overs gone and it's 24 runs without a loss. It looks like he's pulled his hamstring. medics are rushing into the ground, checking onto Ekachai. Hope he's alright there. Has been brought out to the field with the stretcher. Great thanks to the medics. Hope he does well. Well, that's a really serious injury. The context of the game, they really needed him. He was scoring in good fashion. Man who really stood his ground, delivered his best as he could in the 7 overs. Vast amount of runs coming from him, and this is a blow for Thailand. Being retired hurt. Hope he's okay. Hope he has a speedy recovery and fit for the very next match. Well, immediately there's been greeted. The ball hitting on his thighs, I reckon, onto the hip area. Hope he's okay.
Well, definitely that wasn't the thigh, it was the tummy, I guess. But yeah, couple of injury scares here for Thailand. And the good thing is we still have some live action here. Like we were talking about previously, it's getting slightly gloomy in here. A lot of clouds being formed around the ground. And meanwhile, that's a wide from Preet Kishore Kumar. Well, he had a good day in the office. Scored 64 runs and now bowling a decent spell as well. Yet to pick up a wicket, but so far he's doing the right thing because he's enticing the batter to play that ball in the air, and he's getting some good drift and some steep bounce as well. We've seen in this over, one of the deliveries hit the opposite captain, Paul, in his tummy. And he's a tall lad. Look at that once again. That's good carry.
Well, a lot of chirp there in the middle. Looks like they're really getting into Paul's skin at the moment. Well, 29 deliveries when he managed to get 3. Certainly worrying. Has to get out, score some runs. He can't afford to give a dot ball every delivery or just defend. Defending doesn't get you anywhere, and just staying at the similar spot. But definitely missing Ekachaya in action. Nonetheless, it's 25 without loss after 8.
Seth Pereira will continue in here. And the good thing is they still have a slip in place. So probably the idea will be to bowl just on the 4th or 5th stump line and get an edge. And that's exactly what happened. Wonderful bowling here. That was well planned and well executed as well.
Well, the leggy is spinning a story right here, and a web surrounded the Thailand team. It's the first wicket for Hong Kong in today's innings. Look at that. Outside edge, straight to first slip. And look at the joy amongst the Hong Kong boys right there. And if I'm not, it was a first ball wicket, adding to the total. So number 54, Sid Pereira it is. What a day it's turning out to be for him. A scintillating knock towards the end and to picking up the first wicket. Definitely a day to remember for him.
So Tanakon Chamang, the new batter, flicked away, confident looking shot. Oh, beautifully bowled once again. He's mixing it up pretty well. Good change of pace as well, and I think it's a variation in his length. He's pushing it towards the batter, and then the very next delivery, he's pulling it a bit shorter. And again, this time, it's Hong Kong China showing some good spirits of cricket here. We've seen some wonderful friendship for both the sides today, but when it comes to cricket, I think it's Hong Kong China who have dictated their terms with the bat and the ball now. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again, enticing the batter to come on the front foot and just taking the ball away from him. Brilliant bowling here. This classic leg spin.
Like you doing the job now. Okay, there's some stumbling upon delivering that one. Walk back. Tanakon yet to get off the mark. It's pretty interesting that they're looking to just defend rather than taking the scoring option. Well, they realize that there's a lot of time for them to play, but they can't afford to just defend and not scoring. It just ends in a wasteful delivery. Oh, the edge just flies past slip. That could have been the second in the over. Nonetheless, a run being scored. towards the end, and it's 26 for 1 after 9.
So the captain will continue in here. Preet Kishore Kumar. Very tidy with his liner length. Well, two spinners operating from two ends. They're very different in terms of their approach and their bowling style. But both are very, very effective. Both played wonderful knocks today while Hong Kong China were batting, and now they're doing it with the ball as well. Miscommunication there in the middle, but fortunately the fielder fumble, so an easy single here.
Yeah, Thailand has to get the basics right. Communication, timing, playing around the field, looking to score runs. This is a great way for them to express themselves. At the young stage, they should absorb the sort of pressure they could, progress themselves when they're playing for the senior teams. There's a lot of potential out there. It's great to see them playing with lots of heart. Just maybe doing a little tweaks in their game would really improve.
Well, you're chasing close to 300 runs, and I don't see any intent, especially from the captain. Usually, we'd expect the captain to take the responsibility and lead from the front. And so far, the only thing that we have witnessed from Jirapal is that he's just moved into his shell and he's not even trying to hit. Well, it's a no ball and a free hit. Can he change things here? Jirapal still on strike. Will he go for a big shot or will he continue to defend? Well, he did try to go for the big shot and it missed the bat. But of course, you cannot be bowled of a no ball or a free hit. So, end of the 10th over, it's 27 for 1. Well, Seth Pereira will continue in here. And Jirapal on strike. Oh, look at that. It was very close to the stumps.
They've been going with spin, not much pace. Vir Mathur has been rested as well. Again, goes for the drive, misses it completely. Well, they look like they have been trapped. Not much creativity going on there. Not much intention being shown. It's really important at this point. First power play done, and they're very, very comfortable defending it, but this would really be dangerous for themselves because they can't get complacent and be happy with giving the dots. Well, they have to make use of every single delivery being paid, at least a single. There are plenty of vacant areas right there. You could see the field being widespread slightly, a bit loose areas that where they can at least score some runs. And Jirapal at the moment would happily defend then score, which is slightly on the winning side. It gets an edge and a, a despairing dive that almost got carried just short of his ground. That being said, another quick over from Seth Pereira. It is 29 for 1 after 11.
Well, after 11, it's 29 for 1, and the player on strike is Stanakorn. He was born in 2011, 14 years old now, coming from the island of Koh Chang, and started playing for the last 4 years. And for your information, he's a student of my fellow commentator Robert Reiner, who will be very disappointed because his student just got out. He has been cleaned up by the new bowler. Well, there's a lot of learning. It's a learning curve, and with more exposure and match practice, I think the players will only get better.
Well, Abusar drops a bombshell with a second wicket right here. Just take a look at this. Holds it at a good length. Goes onto the back foot. Tries to play it on leg side. And he's been absolutely castled. What a change it turned out to be for Hong Kong. Well, they've definitely kept the economy within par, within the control, and now Abuzar comes and gets a wicket instantly. A fine bowling change by the captain.
So the new batter is Jet Sada. He did well with the ball. Oh, brilliant bowling once again. Abuzar is bowling really well here. So Thailand lost 2 early wickets, and then one of the batters, make them 3. What a delivery here. Absolute Jaffa. He opened him up and took the top of the off stump. Let's have a look at that once again. It was a brilliant delivery. Oh yes, it was the one that goes with the arm, straightened after pitching up, and he was playing for the ball coming in, and he was deceived. Another wicket here. So Hong Kong are now in the driving seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And they say one brings two, and he's just turned him around like an ass. Abuzar, right, being one of the most dangerous bowlers in this match. 2 wickets with not conceding a single run. That's absolutely stunning. .262 adrift for Thailand, and they have lost their 3 wickets. In fact, 4 of their players, one being retired head Ekachai, who scored the majority of runs, scoring 19 of them. So it's
Well, it's Arusanan Wickerchum, the opening bowler for Thailand. Just walked into bat. Oh, another close delivery. And for the time being, the Thailand batters are just happy to see it off and leaving the deliveries outside the stumps. End of over number 12. It's 29 for 3. Wild swing and a miss. Another good delivery to start with. Well, I've been very impressed with Hong Kong China. Not only the under 16 side, but also the senior men who came to Malaysia earlier this year. And then few of their players like Babar Hayat and Jishan Khan came here to play the local tournaments as well. And I was very impressed with the six hitting abilities. They play fearless cricket, and I think that's the way to go, especially in the T20 format. Well, when it comes to here, we're playing ODIs, so 50 overs format. So the pace of the game might be different, but at the same time, the approach should always be there, and it has to be in a positive manner. Oh, and he's cleaned him up. When I was talking about the positive manner, he went for the shot and it got the better of him. So the skipper departs. A very slow innings, and now he'll have to take the slow walk back to the pavilion as well.
Well, this is getting very wondrous for Thailand right here. Look, you could see that it was a tossed up delivery and not a ball to be playing the sweep at all. It wasn't into his arc. He was trying to do something creative, just trying to get out of the lull, being slow. But now he would be kicking himself, playing, and maybe could have made use of the 42 deliveries that he was given to play for. Nonetheless, it's 4 wickets down, and Sid Pereira adds another wicket into his collection.
Well, what a day for the young guy. Scored 44 of 19, and now he's bowling a wonderful spell into his 4th over. Only conceded 6 runs and took 2 wickets as well. That's a good looking drive there from the new batter. Waterwood Panhasena, the new batter, into the crease. Oh, solid defense. Probably not the best of techniques. You can see a slight gap between bat and pad, but surely with more matches, he'll get technically right. But for the time being, it's the end of the 13th over. It's 29 for 4.
Well, with Sadawood, Jay Sadaw had made their way to the pavilion without scoring runs, and Akachai, the only batter and the Thailand innings who have scored double digits, shows their slight vulnerability when it comes to batting. Yep, they did have a tough outing when they were against Myanmar.
Well, that wasn't the best of deliveries from Abuzar. Sliding down the leg. Well, this is the 14th over. Much better. Good line just outside the off stump. And Dinesh, I think it's the approach that you take the innings. As a batter, you need to be positive. You need to score runs, and you also need to rotate the strike. And so far, we haven't seen none of that coming from the Thailand batters, apart from Akechai Kamfoot was looking good, but unfortunately got injured and went out.
Yep, rightly said, and it's pretty interesting to see in the well, it's still a white ball format and a lot of leaves being here. It's very rare. And when it comes to spin, normally batsmen will try to attack, and it's not been the case for Thailand. They have struggled. Well, against Virmato, they were able to negotiate, but against the spinners, they're not able to. Turns out to be another fast, quick over. Oh, a full toss to end, and they're willing to oblige it by defending it. So it's 30 gone for 4 after 14.
Well, technically, Thailand already lost 5 wickets. Oh, that's a no ball. And that will be a boundary here. One of the rare occasions where we have seen Seth Pereira losing control. Probably trying the flipper and not executing it right. And a good shot here from Borawood. And I think surely it will boost his confidence. And now he gets a free hit as well. Can he capitalize on that? Well, he definitely can. Went into the gap. Probably not the best of timing. But again, some good intent shown by the youngster.
This is what they need. They need someone who could anchor the innings, and that's what Arusanan has been doing. Well, not to a further extent, to defend every delivery possible. Try to rotate and give the person who's well suited on the attacking role. And with Waravul and Arusanan in the middle, they should talk things and sort things out as well. They have lost 4 wickets. And there are still plenty of time out there to play for. Stitch a partnership and score the runs. Gap finding has been a big task as well from. Well, it was a slower delivery as well. Not much turn, and he quickly ran onto the back foot just to defend. And this is the mindset shift that they need. Free their arms, just play the natural game. And it's partly due to the fear as well. Main stage gave it the opportunity to bat. And obviously, it's something that is pretty inexplicable at this age. Have that stage fear, you have that fear of making mistakes. That's where you have to come out and show your real character. Oh, beats the outside edge. Another cracker of a delivery. So that ends another quiet over. 36 for 4 after 15.
Well, Abuzar will continue in here. Hong Kong China looking to finish it quick. This time it's pulled away into the gap. They're running hard for the second. Well, a better throw would have been interesting. Well, I think it's a learning curve for Thailand under 16 side. They have shown some good promises against Myanmar and the other teams as well. However, it's challenging for them to go against the big boys, especially against Hong Kong and the likes of Singapore, Malaysia. It's not going to be easy for them. But I think despite all the hurdles, I think if they get better coaching, they can really groom into good cricketers. And that's a big appeal once again. And he has been given. I'm sure he was trapped right in front of the stumps. And the umpire raises his fingers.
Well, Abuzar is turning into an absolute menace right here. He's got 3 wickets. He's been electrifying in the field as well. 3 for 3. Staggering figures from Abuzar, who have made name for himself at the moment, and it's half the side gone for Thailand. 38 for 5. But as you mentioned, they're trying to finish things off as quickly as possible. So it's Yafal Saili was walking to bat at number 6 or maybe 7 perhaps. Just 4 wickets remains as Ekacha has been injured. Oh, that's a lot of bounce right there. What a way to be welcome to the crease.
Well, this is brilliant stuff here from Mohammad Abuzar. He's into his 3rd over, only conceded 3 runs and 3 wickets as well. Well, the batters had no answers to him. The only thing they can do right now is to leave his deliveries outside the stumps and play at the ones that are directed towards the stumps. And that's not going to help. Oh, look at that. Look at that carry. Some steep bounce for the tall spinner. Well, end of over number 16. It's 38 for 5. Well, Seth Pereira to continue in here. So both the batters have been batting there for quite some time. You can see Wichakam is on not of 13 deliveries and Saili not from 3. So I think the first run of the bat will be cheered the most. And only we can watch and see who scores the first run.
And he goes high, he goes long. Is it long enough for a 6? And he does. He hits it straight to the Thailand dugout, sending a message. And he breaks the shackles. Looks like he's hurt you, Shahidur, all the way there from the middle.
Absolutely. I think he has had enough. Was right there in his slot. And he said, I'm going to score my first runs in style. And he did it with a huge 6 over mid-wicket.
I wished a little bit more cheer because he hit a 6, but there was not much reception from any side. Oh, he's taking on the act, but not good enough this time, I reckon. Not the timing, and a good catch in the deep. Stunning effort. Well, Seth Pereira gets the last laugh after being dispatched for a 6, gaining that confidence and trying to reflect it on another occasion, and he's thrown his wicket away.
And what a catch there from Veer Mathur. He judged it to perfection. And finally, after breaking the shackles, it has broken the partnership as well. Another breakthrough here. So end of the 6th wicket here, 44 on the board. Technically they're 7 down because one of the batters got injured, but we'll have to wait and watch if he can come back to bat again. For the time being, it's Fatumakan Dongkel coming into bat.
Sid Pereira is in the midst of his 6th over. 247 needed. 44 for 6 at the moment. Oh, running riot here. They can't do much than that. It's another dot. Things have restarted here definitely. Fatima Khan on strike with 0 in similar fashion of year 4. Well, non-striker instructs to just stay there. It hasn't traveled much further for them to go for a run. And with that, Sid Pereira concludes his 6th over, getting his 3rd wicket, and it's 44 for 6. No boundaries for the past 8 overs. And all came from the bat of Akachai. Rest hasn't been up to par today in the batting. Ooh, that one just drifts away from the stumps and from the bat. That was a real confusion for the batter where to place his bat at. And he knocks over this time. He did that the previous delivery, and this time the ball just turns sharply back onto the off stump. He is having a day to remember, Mohammad Abuzar. Look at this. Pitches in middle. A big gap between ball and bat. Breaks through his defenses, and it's 7 down. The UFL failing to score. Game resumes when 2 wickets remaining. A potential 5 on the cards and being the best and potentially recording the best bowling figures of the tournament. 5 for 3. Not many runs conceded, but the wickets are more than the runs that he has conceded. That's pretty impressive, Abuzar. Swings his bat at it. Anuwit, the economical bowler, the most economical bowler in the Thailand bowling lineup. Chips it. Oh. Well, that will definitely take a little pressure away, scoring that single. So it's 45 for 7.
Well, some surprise here. It will be Ryan Sharma coming into bowl. We haven't seen much of him, but I think it will be the right opportunity for him to rotate his arms and probably get a wicket as well. Well, he had a very good start with the bat. Oh, what a delivery here. What a start. Well, Panuwit is trying to take the attack to the new bowler. "45 for 7, Thailand." It's cut away, but straight to the fielder.
They haven't found too many gaps as well. They haven't been rotating strike quite often. A lot of pressure. Seem clueless, no clarity whatsoever when they're batting. Chips it straight to the man. It's a soft dismissal. Well, getting runs is not enough. He's getting into acts of getting wickets. And look what it means to him. It's a tossed up delivery. No foot movement whatsoever. Just trying to throw his bat at it. Somehow getting over the infield. It's 8 down and it's only 45 on the board.
Well, it shows the depth in their bowling as well. One of their premier bowler, Abhimanyu, has not bowled a single delivery, and still they managed to pick 8 wickets there. And we have watched some wonderful spin bowling here from the Hong Kong bowlers. So 45 for 8. Ryan Sharma, he will try to get through this tail. Oh, almost went through his defenses.
But well, it's not going to be a great thing for Rehan. Just his bowler no ball is overstepped. Will be an extra run, an extra delivery. Can Vitawat put this away? Well, he just couldn't get the timing right. Nor the placement. Fatuma Khan on the other end hasn't gone off the mark.
It's Witawat Srikau, the opening bowler, and Thailand's leading wicket taker as well. He's done a wonderful job with the ball, and now he will need to bat well. The still have 31 overs remaining after this. So it's a long, long way to go. But they only have 1 wicket in hand. Well, a very good over. A wicket and a couple of runs. 47 for 8. Well, Mohammad Abuzar will continue in here. What a great spell of spin bowling here we have witnessed. It has been a one-sided affair so far. Hong Kong, China dominating in all 3 aspects of the game. And he's cleaned him up. And he picks up his fifer. The 5th wicket here for Mohammad Abuzar. And that's the end of the innings. Let's have a look at that once again. Right up there in the block hole. And he had no clue about that. So Mohammad Abuzar finishes off with 5 wickets for just 4 runs given. And Thailand are bowled out for just 47 runs on the board. Yes, they lost their 9th wicket, but then one of the openers got injured and he's not coming back to bat. So that means that Hong Kong China won this game with 223 runs. That's a mammoth win. And they have set their statement right. A comprehensive victory here. And there you can see the match summary. The Captain Preet scoring 64. And Seth Pereira 44. Rishi Bhutani played well as well. 43 from him. And then the bowlers. Watch I come. He took 3 wickets. And then in response, Thailand getting out for just 47 runs. Only 1 batter into double figures. And Mohammad Abuzar Ali getting 5 wickets for 4 runs. Seth Pereira taking 3. So I would like to thank you all for watching this game, and I hope you have been entertained. Please stay tuned with us. That's it from the Combox. We'll join you shortly for the post-match presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-match presentation of match day 6 here at the STC Oval. Congratulations to Team Hong Kong China who have won the match by 243 runs against Thailand. Well, without further delay, I would like to call upon the team captain of Thailand to have a few words with us. Well, good evening, Jirapal. Well, it was a tough outing out there. Tell us, how do you feel right now as a captain?
A bit disappointed. The bowling, it's not bad, but their batting was really good, so fair play to them. But our batting was not great. We need to keep working on our batting there.
Well, how do you plan on working on your batting and going into the next match against Malaysia?
I think we all just need to reset and then look forward to the match against Malaysia and try win it.
Well, thank you very much, Captain. All the best for you. And with that being said, we'll have a quick chat with the team captain of Hong Kong China. Well, lots of cheering for you. Good afternoon, Preet. How do you feel about the result?
Yeah, really happy with the results. Really happy as a captain as well. Really proud of the team executing their plans well and winning the game and topping on the table.
Well, now you've been undefeated for the past 3 games. Going into your next match, what do you think will be the mindset, or how do you feel about your team right now?
Yeah, I think the boys are really confident and ready to face any challenges that comes in the next game. But we are just looking to win every match and get top of the table.
Well, thank you very much. All the best for your next match. And the moment that we are all waiting for is the Man of the Match award. Well, it was a tough decision for the match referee to decide who was the best, as all the nominees were from Hong Kong, China. It was Prit Kishore Kumar, Mohammad Abuzar Ali and Sid Pereira. Well, to hand over the Man of the Match award, I would like to call upon match referee Mr. Shafiq. Well, the best player of today was Mohammad Abuzar Ali with his 5 wickets and 4 runs. And we'll have a quick chat with the man of the match. Well, Abuzar, how are you feeling about this award?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Bowled well today. Pretty happy with my lines and lengths. Yeah, just really happy, I guess.
Well, how do you sum up team's performance today, and what are you looking forward for the next matches?
I think our batting didn't start quite well, but I think our batsmen, Chris Dem, I think they kept it really well. Pete and Veer, good little partnership. And till the end, Seth, good knock. And then bowling, we didn't have the best of starts, but the line lengths were good. We just kept patient line lengths, and then yeah, we got wickets and we won.
Well, good to see you, the Man of the Match award. Hope to see you with more. Thank you. And with that, the post-match presentation comes to an end. See you tomorrow with more live action. Thank you.